Call to the order the July 15th Planning Commission meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mike, will you take attendance, please?
Yes. Josh Fedor,
Present.
Davis Kendrick,
Present.
Jim Hurst,
Present.
Cindy Madrick, David Franz, I think remotely. Is David on? And Mary Grabanowski
Present.
and Nick Plopper.
Present.
Just waiting on confirmation from David Franz, or should we come back?
Looks like I got him now.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a quorum.
All right, moving on. I'd like to take a moment to recognize Janice Stavanovich. Janice passed away 2 weeks ago. She had worked for the town for 15 years. I personally had worked with her for 8+ years. I don't think we'd be where we are today without Janice's influence and help over the years. I'd like to take a moment of silence to recognize her. All right, moving on. We're going to move to the election of a vice president. I'll open the floor to nominations.
I am proud to nominate Josh Fedor to be Vice President of the Planning Commission.
Second.
I didn't get a chance to ask for a second. All right. Is there any other nominations? Seeing none, Mike, will you take roll, please?
Josh Fedor,
Yay.
Nick Plopper,
Yay.
Mary Grabanowski,
Yay.
David Franz,
Aye.
Cindy Madrick, absent. Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
That's a positive affirmative vote.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I'll do my best. We all had a packet from the Community Economic Development Monthly Report. Everyone got that packet. We'll move on to the approval of the regular meeting minutes from June 17th, 2024. Is there any additions, corrections, changes?
I move we accept the minutes.
Is there a second?
I normally would, but I wasn't there.
So moved.
Dave, will you take a roll call, please?
David Franz.
I'm sorry.
No? Yes. David Franz,
Aye.
Mary Grabanowski,
Aye.
Nick Plopper,
Aye.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis,
Aye.
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Cindy Madrick is absent. Motion approved.
All right, moving on to a continuance request. First continuance request is docket 2024-35-DP, Harris Multi-Tenant Retail Building, address of 3295 South, US 421. Development plan for a multi-tenant retail building on Lot J of the Appaloosa Crossing, being in the Rural General Business District and within the Rural Michigan Road Overlay. Waiver of the MRO architectural design and material requirements are requested. Let me start with the petitioner on this. Petitioner present.
Thank you, Mr. Fedor. For the record, my name is Matt Price, attorney for the petitioner, Harris FLP. We are currently working through some related variance requests that are to be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals at its next meeting in August. This is our first continuance. I'm trying to. It's our first continuance request. We'd respectfully ask a 30-day continuance to next month. Thank you.
Any discussion from staff or the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to continue this to the August 19th?
I move that we vote to continue 2024-35-BP to the August 19th meeting.
Second?
Mike, will you take roll call, please?
Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis. Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Cindy Madrick, absent. Motion carries.
All right, moving on. Docket number 2024-21-Z, Town of Zionsville, South Village, PUD. This area generally, the address, I'm sorry, is generally south of the Village Business District and incorporates the Dow project area. Rezone of 169 plus or minus acres from the Village Business District, Urban General Business District, B2, Rural, Single, and Two-Family Residential, R2, Dow Park, PUD, and this says Creekside, PUD, to the Plan Unit Development District. We'll start with staff report. Mr. Mayor, are you starting?
I think I'll go ahead and start if it
Or is that
pleases the commission.
okay?
That's good, yes.
Yes, okay. And I want to begin by thanking the Plan Commission for their patience in this process so far. We have delayed our request for a vote a few times because I think it's absolutely vital that we get this right. In fact, I believe it is fundamental to the economic future of our town. That's because every town needs goods and services, infrastructure, public safety, parks, and these things just don't appear. Amenities must be produced, and economic growth allows the quality and quantity of those amenities to grow and enhance the quality of life for everyone. Over the past few months, we've listened to the concerns of our fellow elected officials, our town staff, citizens, and stakeholders. We've listened over the phone and emails, in 35 in-person presentations to a broad range of groups. Much of the feedback has been incorporated in the PUD that's before you tonight. And we think it will provide an appropriate framework for development in the area of our town that has been ignored for decades. In collaboration with our town council, first of all, we have removed the Creekside Corporate Park from the PUD, which takes our rezone request from 160 acres to about 110 acres, approximately 35 acres north of Eagle Creek and 75 south. Our town staff and RDC attorney Jeff Jacob can speak to the technical aspects in just a moment, but before that, I want to take a moment to talk about the practical applications of this PUD. As you all know, there is significant interest by landowners to develop their property, and we want to assert as much control as we can on how it develops. By putting this town-led PUD in place, we can direct the development to achieve the best results for the town. The benefits to Zionsville include adding to our town's assessed value, bringing in new high-end dining, retail, and commercial options, and adding people to support and enhance our iconic downtown. What happens in South Village will protect the crown jewel of Zionsville, that is the Brick Street Business District, as well as the surrounding area. The PUD we are asking you to consider tonight includes standards for building height, setbacks, and architectural standards, as well as a land use plan that sets aside a large portion for preservation. Now, a proposal like this is unique before the Plan Commission, putting the town in the position of leading the PUD. And obviously, as we can see tonight, there is a great deal of interest in this. So many people have said they want sensible growth in Zionsville, and I agree completely. That is exactly what this is. And I am grateful that our town council our town staff, and other significant stakeholders are working together to give us the best chance of having appropriate, sustainable development in this important part of Zionsville. And I would like to invite our RDC attorney, Jeff Jacob, to say a few words.
Good evening, members of the Plan Commission. Thank you, Mayor Stair. My name is Jeff Jacob. I'm an attorney with Hackman Hewlett with offices here in town. As mentioned, I am acting as special counsel to the RDC in assisting, thank you, in assisting with the South Village PUD. I will also lean on Corey Sharp, the RDC Executive Director, who's here tonight. She's been instrumental in this process and drafting this document to get it to the point where it is this evening in front of you. Now, I'd like to talk to you about when we were last here a little bit and give you a little bit of background, talking about why, as the mayor mentioned, this is a town-led PUD, and that for many is uncomfortable because we don't have a project with a variety of commitments and pretty pictures to look at, to point to say, hey, it'll be like this. Well, the goal of the town is to get out in front of it. And what we're trying to do is to present a set of unified development standards to lay over this area and publish that, those development standards and vision for this area that has gone undeveloped and underutilized in the community. In essence, we're trying to step in front of potential projects with the town's vision and enhanced development standards. The moniker that I've heard throughout this process and the many meetings that I've attended is to attract but control development. And I think that this document, based upon what we have in place today versus what is being presented to you this evening, does just that. Now, last time we were here, I also walked through the elements of a required rezone and the PUD guidelines. I would be happy to do that again and to go through those elements, but I would submit to you, and I believe the staff report supports that those elements are more than satisfied, especially with the revisions that we've made since we were here last. So what's changed? Based upon comment from the last public meeting that we were last in front of you, members of the Plan Commission comments. We've also met and received feedback from the town council, property owners, and town staff. We have a revised PUD in front of you this evening. Now, I'd like to talk through what some of those revisions are. And the first one I would like to talk about is one that really isn't reflected in the document that you have that was filed with you last week and is really a clarifying point. Any motion that you would make passing this along with a favorable recommendation of the town council, I would want to make sure that we highlight this change so that it's clear what the intent is moving forward. And what we have done is in the southeast corner of 106th and Zionsville Road, what is generically referred to as the Dow property, we have inserted a commitment or restriction, I should say, that would remove the residential use from this area altogether. So in other words, residential use on the Dow property would not be a permitted use under the PUD, and that is somewhat of a revision without getting into the logistics of the special use or the special exception process and now removing that altogether. Suffice it to say that that has been removed as a permitted use on the Dow property. We also believe that that's consistent with deed restrictions limiting residential use in that area as well. Now, the next revision that has been made since we were last here, as the mayor mentioned, we've removed the Creekside Corporate Park from the PUD altogether. Now, that still has an active PUD for that area, which would do nothing to that. That has reduced our acreage in the rezone from approximately 160 acres to 110. After a number of meetings with members of the community and town council, what we determined is that we have a process in place that works, frankly, and we decided to leave that alone by removing the Creekside Corporate Park altogether from the PUD. So going forward, the RDC would be back in front of you for a recommendation and then back to the town council for any rezones on a project-by-project specific basis for this area. All right. We also talked about last time we were here the various zones that the PUD created. And I'd like to talk a little bit about just generically what I will call north of the creek. Now, this also excludes the corner of 3rd Street and Sycamore. So those properties that are currently zoned Village Business District or VBD and single family will remain with those zoning classifications. Basically, the PUD leaves it alone and does not address the uses in that area, save for this exception. It lays over the height requirements and the elevated development standards, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. As to uses and discussions that we had with various members of the community, stakeholders, staff, we've simply left that alone. We felt that it was too big a bite to tackle relative to this PUD. All right. Still north of the creek, Lincoln Park has been designated as a preservation area. Obviously, we view that as a good thing. That adds open space and reduces intensity of use in the area. Now, the next change that we talked about were heights. And again, I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Because we're dealing in feet, not floors, we have operated on some averages and assumptions, and so everybody knows how we're operating. We view a residential story as 10 feet. That's our assumed average. And commercial, a commercial story as 14 feet as an assumed average. Now, what we have done is gone in and create height zones and transition areas. North of the creek, as you can see, is generally limited to 35 feet maximum building height, with one exception. Is that the blue area? Yeah, yes, it is. So, with one exception, we can move beyond 35 feet, or what we're proposing is that you move beyond 35 feet maximum building height if the first story or first floor includes a parking garage, then the structure can move to 48 feet. Now, the rationale here is that encourages parking development that in an area that I think we all would agree needs parking enhancement. The hope is that that will also encourage a pedestrian feel in the area. All right, south of the creek. So the purple and blue area has a maximum building height of 48 feet. Now, that includes a setback zone detailed in yellow. The yellow is a 35-foot maximum building height zone. So, in other words, what you could have is a building that would have a transitional height of 35 feet. Once you get outside of the setback zone, you would be able to step up to 48 feet. Now, what we believe that these reduced building heights, since we were last in front of you, has taken into consideration is the character of Main Street, but it will allow for more flexible economic development in the South Village area. Architectural standards. One of the comments that we heard last time we were in front of you from the Plan Commission, we needed to work on our architectural standards, and we believe that we have done that. We have visually clarified what the town's intent and hope would be for projects in this area. We've tried to harmonize the PUD with the existing zoning ordinance. We've tightened the language. We've done things like, for example, made visible rooftop mechanicals not permitted in certain areas. And we've continued to play off of the rigid multifamily standards that were in place within the last draft. Minimum square footages for multifamily uses, percentages of required balconies, and required amenities. All right. The last two areas that I'd like to talk to you about, one is pretty significant, and one is in a continuation of what you had seen last time. And they're more procedural driven. We have continued to expand and clarify the role of the South Village Architectural Review Committee. And basically that is a committee comprised of various appointments that will take a first pass, with one exception, of proposed projects in the area. It'll be sort of a first layer of feedback, if you will. Now, the one exception is a pretty big one. And what we have done is we have created another initial approval process for one specific use with apartments. And because this is a town-led PUD without a project-specific specific project to point to, we do need some flexibility in this PUD to allow for a variety of uses, including mixed uses. So this process, anytime a project has any component of it that has apartments in it, it must first go to you all for a review, much like a rezoning, and you would make a recommendation to the town council whether or not to approve that potential use or not. Again, a favorable, unfavorable, or no recommendation. The town council would then have the ultimate say on whether or not that project would in effect pass go. So in other words, if the project went to you and received a recommendation, the town council said no, we don't approve the project, that project would be dead in the water. And that is only for projects with apartments as part of the use or mixed use, if that makes sense. So that highlights the variety of changes that we have gotten feedback on from town council, staff, you all, and from the public since we were last here. We believe that we've produced a refined PUD document that has tried to balance a variety of interests, the town's economic interests, property owners, residents, and users of the area. Having said that, we'd like to answer any of your questions. We will certainly listen to comments from the public, but we would ask for your favorable recommendation to the town council this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Dickey prepared a staff report. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for you to
Yes,
share your
sorry, we got
comments.
moved ahead there a little bit. That was my mistake. Jody, can we get the staff report, please?
Thank you. I don't really want to repeat much of everything that was just presented. I think Jeff did an excellent job going through the changes, which is basically the highlights of my presentation here. But you can see the map, and you can see that Creekside has been deleted from the overall PUD document. So that's a good thing. Again, the architectural standards, based on feedback from commissioners and council and the public, those were refined. Staff is fairly satisfied with this project. in my staff report, I do discuss the criteria, and I want you guys to discuss the state criteria as well, those 5 criteria, as you go through and make your deliberations. And I will just reiterate one note. Procedurally, this is a recommendation from this body to the town council, who has the ultimate decision-making authority here. But any recommendation you make tonight, whether it is a favorable one, unfavorable, or no recommendation, if you have changes or things that come up tonight that you want to see in this document, please make those part of your recommendation so that the town council consider those as well. So procedurally, I just wanted to make those notes as well.
Thank you. All right. Before we open this up to the members of the public, I would like to remind everyone, please, if someone's brought up an issue, please, we don't need to hear it again. Try to minimize that. Please try to refrain from applause. We're trying to make some decisions up here. I would like to hear from everybody who wants to speak. If everybody would like to line up in an orderly fashion over here, we'll open it up to the public. Yes, and when you do approach the podium, please give your name and address.
Were we good? Okay. Hi, I'm Kelly Collier, 100 Raintree Drive. We've chosen to live in Zionsville for a variety of reasons. My husband was born and raised here. My kids go to the same elementary school as their grandparents went to, as their dad went to. We've continued to choose to live here for all of the reasons that this proposed development as it stands today will take away. So tonight, I specifically have 7 questions related to the traffic study that was done. I think these are pretty critical to be addressed before any decision is made and before anything's moved forward. 1, why was the traffic portion taken out of this version of the PUD? 2, a traffic study was done in June 2024. I'm assuming the PUD will work with it, but it only accounts for a growth rate, non-compounding, of 1.5% per year, and was taken on one day in 2019. 3, the PUD allows for parking garages. How many spaces are we talking about? We don't know currently. 4, realigning the streets will take away existing parking spaces, and we don't know how many will be taken away. 5, what's the net gain or loss of spaces? 6, apartments are allowed to be built. Have we factored them into the traffic and parking issues currently? And 7, the traffic study has Main Street access completely cut off from certain points. This is studied from a traffic point of view, but I don't know if the impact to businesses has been calculated. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi. Hi, my name's Karina Papabathini. I reside at 4709 Ashwood Court, Zionsville. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but after hearing that wonderful update, I do have just 2 things I want to mention. First one, actually, I would like to thank God for sparing Donald Trump's life. Nobody has mentioned that, but that is, I think that is an appropriate thing to do tonight as well. But the main thing that I wanted to ask is that this is being touted as a town-led PUD by Mayor Stair, by the attorney representing Mr. Jacobs, is that correct? Town-led PUD, but I have a quick question for all of you guys, and I would like a response. If this is a town-led PUD, why is it that they're giving you permission on apartments only? That's kind of glaring. He just stood up here and said that the RDC, which I'm assuming is Ms. Are you Miss Corey Sharp? By the way, is Miss Corey Sharp appointed? I can't figure out like where she fits in on all of this. Is she appointed? Is she contracted? Is she like, I don't know. I'd like a little bit more clarity on her role and what she's going to be doing and what decisions she's going to be making on behalf of our town-led PUD, because I think it all kind of fits together. So again, please clarify to anyone, what does that mean when we are going to allow our plan commission and our town council to have a voice regarding apartments, but not the rest of the project? Because it sounds to me like once we get our tail in the door, the rest of the animal is going to have to come through. So, you know, I think that's great that we get a voice in the apartments, but once you get approval for everything else, I think Mayor Stair has made publicly comments that without the apartments, we can't have this project and this development. It's a foregone conclusion that we need apartments, and yet you have failed to provide us with the number of units and the type of units that are going to go into this project. So please, with all due respect, answer my question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Violet Worth, and I'm at 90 North 5th Street in Zionsville. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I've had the privilege of calling Zionsville home since I was 5 years old. For the past 13 years, I've lived right downtown Zionsville, and my dad grew up in Zionsville since the age of 3. Over the past few months, I have connected with Zionsville administration, council members, and commission members. I've had the privilege of learning in depth what South Village could look like. This proposed expansion, Zionsville South Village, with its focus on affordable and young adult housing options, represents an incredible opportunity for people like me who wish to continue living in the town that we love. We need to not just focus on the homeowners already here, but the future generation as well. I want to emphasize how much I love the historic downtown charm of Zionsville. The bricks on Main Street and the historic buildings are more than just a physical structure. They are the heart and soul of our community, which I recognize. Preserving these elements is crucial to maintaining the unique character that defines Zionsville. It is not my hope to diminish that in any way, but rather to see our town grow in a way that complements and enhances what makes it so unique. The South Village project isn't just about new buildings. It's about ensuring that the next generation, like me, has the chance to stay and contribute to the vibrant future of Zionsville. Growing up here, some of my favorite memories include participating in community events like Zionsville Ghost Walk. I did that as a child. Every year I look forward to seeing the new artwork on the garage of Robert Goodman Jewelers. These traditions are a testament to our town's rich heritage and strong community spirit, and I really want young people like my own children someday to experience it and be a part of such events for generations to come. I believe that by embracing this development, we can provide more housing options that meet the needs of young adults and foster a diverse and thriving community. Most importantly, it will attract new opportunities and also diverse new perspectives into our town. Thank you for considering my perspective, and I look forward to seeing how the South Village could shape a brighter future in Zionsville. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Tom Jeffs. I live at 765 Pineview Drive for the last 20 plus years. I'm also a retired architect, so my comments are a little bit more detailed.
Talking in the mic,
Oh,
sir.
is that better? Anyway, my comments are a little bit more detailed because I've spent a
Pull the
lot.
mic towards you. I'm sorry. You can't hear anybody unless you pull that mic towards you. That mic needs to be yes.
Okay. All right, well. Anyway, so I have some pretty detailed questions, but I think they're important. The attorney, I guess, mentioned that there are certain building heights. I'd like further clarification on what those heights entail. I don't believe they're the highest occupied floor. I think it's more like the roof or the parapet. I'd like to understand what the limit actually means. I would also like to understand if there's a limit on rooftop screening and in terms of how far it's set back from the face of the building so that we don't get a 15-foot rooftop screen right next to the street. And then one other concern, very much like the Eagle Creek Greenway, but I think we need to be very careful about what the setback, the development setback is from that greenway. As an example, in the Creekside Business Park. It's a nice road. There's nice trails and exercise places, but the rear yard setback on one of the new buildings is only 10 foot from the right-of-way. It's a very massive building. It really doesn't blend itself to the park setting out there. So I would like to see a reasonable setback from the Eagle Creek Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Everybody can hear me okay? My name is Anna Shapaw. I live at 11779 East 200 South. I want to start by saying I'm excited at the prospect of developing the South Village. I want more business, retails, restaurants, a community space, and even single-family housing. I want a place where residents of Zionsville can go to build memories with their family while welcoming in new families who want to move, or people who move to Zionsville for the same reason we did: charm, character, uniqueness, safety, mature trees, and a culture built on people who take pride and ownership in their community. What I don't want is us to overdevelop Zionsville to the point where we lose our charm and unique character. I don't want us to put unnecessary stress on our roads, schools, water, or sewage. And as I drive through the rest of the donut communities, that's exactly what you see. You see consultants who lead towns into public-private partnerships, which is referenced in the PUD many times. They bring their turnkey, high development density to the cities, and then they leave without a trace. They've made their money, they don't live here, they don't have to deal with the impacts and the consequences like we do. I stand here tonight as somebody who spent 15 years of my career working for a Fortune 50 company. I've led teams and projects of various size. The last 7 years, I've owned and operated an insurance and financial service company with 4,500 clients. Part of my role at corporate was to work in our purchasing department, where my team was in charge of managing and negotiating vendor contracts. The dollar amount would range from tens of thousands to millions. When we had a project of that size, the level of scrutiny required for it to get passed was unparalleled. If it exceeded $1 million, there was an extensive review process where we would spend months negotiating with the vendor and making dozens of iterations before we would bring it to our executives for a decision. We had a minimum requirement of 14 days to review the last change that came to us. Now we sit here tonight with a $250 million project for now what was 110 acres, but 2 hours ago it was 169, and we're being asked to pass it. You had 2 business days to review this. And actually, it was changed on the fly tonight, so you've had no time to review the final document. In no business or family setting would anybody make a decision of that magnitude with that little of time. Luckily, I had the time to read all 63 pages, and so tonight I'm going to address my concerns and ask you all of my questions, so bear with me. I'll start by saying I have more questions about this PUD than I did the first one. Instead of addressing the community's concerns on contentious points like density, traffic, and preservation, they were either removed from the PUD altogether or jumbled so that you could no longer distinguish where the 62-foot apartments would be or what the new traffic pattern would be. I'd like to call up this document, which I had to print because, I don't have one of these nice fancy images, but from what I could tell, in the last iteration, this purple space here is considered the mixed-use south, which can contain anything from dwelling of multiple family, medical surgery centers, parking garages, restaurants, which I would love, rooftop bars, all the things. But nowhere in there does it tell you exactly where these apartments are going to go. In the last PUD, they were light blue. You could easily distinguish where the 62-foot tall apartments were going to be. Now, they're just somewhere in here. My questions tonight: how many 62-foot tall apartments? How many units? In the last PUD, they referenced 40% tree reservation. That's been removed completely from this PUD. What is the tree preservation percentage? There's a lot of vague language in here, one of which I'm going to reference on page 20 of the PUD. It says, intent. It is the intent that the prescribed maximum building heights should not be exceeded, regardless of the project type. What does the word intent mean to you guys? It is the intent that the prescribed maximum building height should not be exceeded. Does that mean we don't intend for it we don't intend for it to exceed that, but maybe it will? Because then I would also like to highlight on page 40, where it says variance of development requirements. The BZA may authorize variances from other terms not defined here in the South Village PUD. So does that mean if a developer theoretically, I actually have another question. So I don't quite understand all the changes we were told about 15 minutes ago. So bear with me if I'm using what was given to us last Thursday at 7:30 p.m. From what I could see over here on 106 and Zionsville Road, theoretically, if a developer wanted to and could in some way get their hand on all of that land, could they just say, you know what, restaurants don't make us money, art galleries don't make us money, it's 62-foot apartments that make us money. We want to actually take this and turn it into all 62-foot apartments. Could that happen? And what stops it? That's my question. And how can we sit here and say this is a PUD that tells us what's going to happen when we can also sit here and say that we have intent, but if the intent's not correct or they want to make a change, they just have to go to the BZA and get it changed? Sorry, I'm trying to cite my sources because I've been told that it's just a small group of disgruntled women who's opposed to this. And I want to really show tonight that I've taken my time to read this, and there's a lot of language in this proposal that's very concerning to the future of our community. And as I talk to business owners and residents and even leaders in this town, I've actually not heard one person say that this is an amazing plan and we're so excited about it, and yes, let's approve it as is. So rather than just, being told that you're the angry person that opposes everything, I'd just like to cite my sources. So I'm sorry if that takes an extra minute here. Okay, this is a good one, guys. Determination of permitted uses. It is recognized that the permitted use of the provisions in the South Village PUD may require interpretation. Therefore, any land use which is not specifically set forth in the South Village PUD should be reviewed by the Director of Planning. Who's the Director of Planning?
Right here.
Mike?
Yes.
Perfect. We'll go there in a second. They will be the one that then decides and determines whether the proposed use is appropriate. So, Mike, yes. I tried to do some research on your thoughts on development. This is what I found. Mike Dale, who directs Zionsville's community and economic development efforts, said Hoosier communities could update their long-range planning documents, particularly with provisions allowing denser and mixed-use developments, smaller minimums for lot sizes and setbacks, the distance between a building and the street could boost development, he said, along with incentives for infill development. Many people throughout the state are leery of growth, like their rival environments, Dale said, referring to local opposition to new developments. But to try to prevent growth is really, in my view, damaging to local communities or economies. I'm not against development. I'm against high-density housing. I'm not against growth. I'm against high-density housing. We have an opportunity to align with our comprehensive plan. There's been a committee that's formed. I watched the town council and the plan commission meeting with town council this morning, and I'm very encouraged by what I see. You guys are looking at the next 10 to 15 and 20 years from now. Every 2 to 3 years, they're going to develop that. There were people that sat up there and expressed concerns. I heard we've been making decisions in silos because our comprehensive plan doesn't allow for us to make comprehensive decisions. I heard somebody else say, our entire development's been patchwork because we lack comprehensive plan. I heard a plan commission member say, I have concerns about our water and our sewage and the development that's coming without looking at our comprehensive plan. Yet we're sitting here tonight looking at passing the biggest development our town has ever seen. when our own plan commission and town council are saying, we have a comprehensive plan coming that's going to help us get this right. We get one chance to get this right. Let's wait for the comprehensive plan. Tonight, during the meeting, they had to change it again. We're not ready. Finally, I read through contracts of consultants leading this project. I did not see anything that prevents them from working with the developers that will actually be doing these projects. I would like to know if that's spelled out in the contracts of the consultants leading this. I would also like to know if there's anything that prohibits them from simultaneously developing donut communities like Carmel or Westfield where they've already done that. I think this is important. I think this is big. It's a lot of money. If we're going to give this much power to one person, let's make sure there's not conflicts of interest. Let's make sure that this is truly a town-led PUD and not a consultant or a developer-led PUD. Finally, don't take this from me, the person who read all 63 pages. I spoke to a business owner this weekend. I said, what do you think of this South Village plan? He said, well, the administration came to us early on and they asked us what we thought about this. And I looked him in the eyes and I said, if you do this, it's going to kill the North Village. And I said, and what did they say? And he said, they didn't want to listen. So, Plan Commission, here you are with a room full of people who care, who want to express their concerns and are giving you the opportunity to listen. By a show of hands, if you support high-density housing in Zionsville, raise your hand.
Ma'am, you're addressing the board, not them.
But they're all here, and we want to. It's a
You're here
town-led PUD, right?
Yeah, you're addressing comments to us, not the public board.
I think that
Please.
says it all. Thank you.
I've asked for that, please.
Hi, I'm Kelly Sire. I live at 560 West Sycamore Street. Somebody left their phone up here. I've written to the town councilors and most recently this commission regarding my thoughts on the Southside development. I'm taking this opportunity to make my views public, and I thank you for that time. This development affects not only my neighborhood and home. I live on the south side of Zionsville. I also work in Zionsville and on the northwest side of Indianapolis, so I drive through this side of town daily. Let me first say I'm not opposed to this entire development. I do think the land south of Sycamore needs to be developed. The gas station lot is an eyesore. To me, this is an ideal spot for a parking garage behind some retail space. It keeps cars close to the village but does not affect the aesthetics of Main Street. I'm not opposed to apartments. Having grown up most of my life in apartments and benefited from good schools, I'm more on the side of affordable apartments that our service workers, empty nesters, young adults, like the girl who spoke earlier, young families, divorcees can afford. Affordable housing is pretty non-existent in Zionsville and the surrounding area. However, I'm certain, like Sycamore Flats, these apartments will not be affordable, and I'm not opposed to having apartments above retail space. People want to work where they live. My preference for whatever luxury apartments are built is that there is high focus on green space preservation, sustainability, aesthetics, and height that complement the gateway to Zionsville and Main Street. My current concerns are focused in 3 areas. First, I also disagree with preceding the completion of this or approving this PUD before the comprehensive plan. I have voiced my concerns repeatedly with all 3 administrations since moving here regarding the town allowing building of massive homes in the village that cover all green space and tower in height over the adjacent homes. I question the high percentage of variances awarded that basically made current lot coverage ordinances ineffective and easily disputed. A group tried to form a conservation, not historic district in the village to help with some of the destruction. Sullivan Muntz did a study and identified homes that were historic to keep them from being destroyed. I gave money towards the project because I thought it was important. It got shot down. And then the last administration tried the form-based coding idea and paid a bunch of my tax dollars to a consulting firm, and from what I can tell, nothing got done or changed. And during the last election, all members of the current town council at the forum that was held and the current mayor repeatedly said how badly Zionsville needed a comprehensive plan to help guide development and protect our current homeowners. And now the town is currently working on it, again with my tax dollars. However, now we're pushing a very largest development I've known in Zionsville ahead of this much talked about comprehensive plan. I've listened to the reasoning given by the mayor and other officials, and I politely disagree. I think we need this to get better development in Zionsville. My property taxes have more than doubled in moving here, and I'm tired of them being wasted. I ask that the town complete the comprehensive plan before proceeding with this development. I understand that we need more business diversity, but let's make sure the town, this committee, and all other committees involved have the tools and guidelines they need to make sound decisions and avoid another Sycamore Flat situation. My second area of concern surrounds building in the floodplain, floodway, where the Cove development is to be built as part of this project. It needs to be publicly clear that this part of the development was approved years ago and has had multiple problems and setbacks. Large parts of this development sit in the floodplain. I think some of you were on this commission when it was approved. I was then and am still adamantly opposed to Zionsville building in or near the floodplain or floodway and the adjacent land. My understanding from reading the most recently letter sent from the VRA is that this PUD could increase the density of buildings and structures in that area and could potentially increase from the original 24 townhomes that were approved. The previous plan also approved using fill dirt to elevate some of these townhomes up to 8 feet before building another 3 stories, again towering over adjacent properties and neighbors. My concerns with the floodplain prompted me to do more research, and I'm sure you have all reviewed the Indiana Floodplain Information Portal on the DNR website and the linked National Flood Insurance website. I have. What I found out is Zionsville is already in a moderate risk for flooding, and I live very close to this development. They do not recommend that you have a basement and report that it's dangerous to live in an area with a basement that is at risk for flooding. I thought, well, I can just protect myself with flood insurance, but come to find out you can't just go buy flood insurance, and it's very, very expensive. Here are some highlights from those documents that stood out for me. Quote, Indiana communities should consider incorporating planning considerations into comprehensive plans, land development codes, floodplain management regulations, and multi-hazard mitigation plans to reflect the long-term resiliency of future flooding. 19 factors were recommended, and I will just name a few that stood out to me. 1, you should divert development to areas outside flood hazard areas to reduce flooding. 2, full public disclosure to potential buyers of properties in these areas should be done. You should, number 3, acknowledge that the flood hazard areas development may increase flood risks to existing development. 4, improve local drainage or increased runoff that increases the probability of flooding on other properties. I don't think we have improved drainage in the village that I know, and in fact I think it's pretty dated. I think parts of areas have been done, but not all of it, and especially not in this area. And 5, require elevation methods such as pilings or columns rather than fill to maintain storage capacity of the floodplain and minimize environmental impacts. And here are the few of the community responsibilities that were outlined. 1, adopt and enforce flood maps and flood damage prevention ordinances. 2, conduct field inspections, site and remedy violations. 3, carefully consider requests for variances. On the use of fill dirt, as the Cove is approved to use to build these homes, floodplains are supposed to store flood water. If storage space is blocked by fill material, future flooding may be worsened. Fill may change drainage and adversely affect adjacent properties. Fill can alter valuable floodplain function, including wildlife habitat, wetlands, and groundwater infiltration. Finally, the last vital piece of data I found concerning, quote, many people don't understand just how risky building in the flood zones could be. There is a greater than 26% chance of a non-elevated home in this flood hazard area will be flooded during a 30-year mortgage period. The chance that a major fire will occur during the same period is less than 5%. Last thing, approximately 25% of all flood damage occurs in low-risk zones, commonly described as being outside the mapped flood zone. My question about all this is, how does the town guarantee that my property is protected after you allow building in the floodplain or floodway? If this commission and town continue to approve this development, I support the VRA's recent recommendations to remove the PUD from the south side PUD. But ultimately, the whole development needs to be reconsidered. With the unknown effects of climate change on storms and increased flooding across the country, Zionsville needs to be forward-thinking and fortify our town against flooding and not weaken it by allowing development on land that is meant to protect us. My final and shorter area of concern, it is a big concern, is the pedestrian safety. When I saw the traffic plan, it has 3 roundabouts coming towards town at this time. I have had a family member who was killed as a pedestrian by a distracted driver in a poorly designed crosswalk. So it happens. And I see people driving through our town every day looking at their phones, even though it's illegal in Indiana. Hopefully Zionsville will be forward-thinking in this area as well. We need to slow traffic down, divert it from areas with heavy foot traffic, and increase safe crosswalks throughout the town. I find it very difficult to navigate as a pedestrian or a bicyclist in a roundabout crosswalk. People need to access on foot, on bike, without fear of being hit by a distracted driver going too fast. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Christopher Day. I live at 10563 Barrington Way, and also used to own a home in the village for a little over 10 years. We have an iconic town with amazing residents and incredible businesses. As we think about our children's future, we all think about a community where they want to live, work, and play. The South Village will be an anchor to help do just that, bringing people to the village of Zionsville that support our local businesses, adds to our tax base, helps support our school system, provides a safe place for families to congregate, provides for adequate parking, and routes traffic safely through our village. I know change is really, really hard, and I don't envy all of your jobs here tonight, but I'm very happy to see that our leadership is being proactive to help prepare Zionsville for the next 100 years.
Hello, my name is Erica Carpenter. My home address is 26 Cedar Crest, and my business address is 205 South Main Street. I want to acknowledge how fortunate we are to live in a community where so many of its residents genuinely care and show interest in its future, and as the group who listens to all of that interest every month, to thank you for your time. First, in the intent section of the PUD, which outlines the objectives of this proposal, I think we can all agree that protecting land use, stabilizing an area that has fallen into disuse, and attracting good corporate citizens are beneficial to our town. One phrase, though, caught my attention, and that is the intent to provide a destination. The village destination exists and has existed for decades. I am fortunate in my business to have a front row seat to meet and speak with our visitors nearly every day. People come to Zionsville because it is unique and quaint, it is historic and special. It's what, as the mayor and other leaders have stated, other municipalities envy. The South Village PUD is a separate plan, and based on the sample buildings, will change the look of Zionsville to something quite a lot like many other Indianapolis northern suburbs. When we cease to lean into what makes Zionsville stand out, we risk losing our status as a destination and losing those visitors turned customers. The buildings allowed in the area south of the Village Business District should be modeled as a continuation of the existing village, not loosely described as to harmonize with the VBD. Varying heights, pitched and flat roofs, no building wider or taller than standard village size, changes in substrate material and color. It will be challenging to duplicate the existing village. The former drugstore, hardware store, grocery, and more tell the story of our past while showing how we in Zionsville reimagine something new. As we attempt to make change in this area, we would do well to double down on what we do best. The sample pictures in the verbiage should more clearly reflect an expectation of replicating the village. I request that you please add pictures from the VBD as character images. Next, regarding the review committee, I hope that the South Village Architecture Review Committee will be successful in its mindfulness of existing village buildings and will strive to enforce a stringent adherence to designs reflecting the mixture of building types as seen in the village. I recommend adding a member of the Zionsville Architectural Review Committee, otherwise known as ZARC, to the South Village Committee to maintain consistency from the VBD to the south. Regarding parking garages, on page 20, section E, item 6, it states, north of the creek, the height of the building may exceed 35 feet up to a maximum height of 48 feet. If a parking garage is on the first floor, however, no height exceptions will be allowed in the 35 feet wide height buffer shown in yellow on the following map. I think it's kind of unclear to me anyway. The map includes yellow areas along South Main, but not in the orange and blue areas north of Sycamore in the existing villages that are part of the South Village PUD. What are the specifics regarding parking garages and heights in general in the orange and blue areas north of Sycamore? Regarding construction planning, when these projects start to roll out, it will require building and road construction organization, timelines, and communication for residents and businesses. Who or what department will be responsible for managing this? And finally, while we are planning and in the mode of setting forth rules and guidelines for development, let's make the effort to protect one of our most valuable assets, Main Street itself. I encourage both Plan Commission and Town Council to add protection for Main Street to the PUD before adoption, or consider a resolution with language stating unequivocally and free from exception that no buildings may be erected directly on top of any section of Main Street itself. Thank you.
Mervyn Cohen, 520 West Cedar Street. Many of you who have spoken express valid concerns about issues and problems within our community, and many others in the audience will have many other additional concerns. Let's take a high-level look, and let's remember that anything in a PUD is not forever. It can always be changed. High-level look. Plan Commission members, you have two choices. You can approve the PUD, and you can do nothing. Doing nothing will not solve a single issue that has been brought up here tonight. In fact, it'll make it worse, because as we now exist, there are multiple PUDs in the area that will be South Village, and there are multiple ideas from different developers. All that we're doing by approving the PUD is taking away from all these developers the power that they have with the individual PUDs. What we're doing is giving the town, i.e. us, we vote for the council, and the council and the mayor appoint the Plan Commission. It is our representatives who will control what happens in the future. So please, please, please approve the PUD. There is no alternative. Doing nothing is only worse.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Swack, and I live at 9703 Hunt Club Road. And we also own 2 commercial businesses, buildings downtown, and we have over 11 commercial tenants. And I've spoken to most of them, and most of them, quite frankly, this terrifies them for this building. That's not what I came to talk about tonight, but actually first, I would like to say thank you for allowing everybody more than just 2 minutes to speak. A lot of times when you go to public meetings, it's like you better talk really fast or else you're not going to get all of it in. So thank you very much for allowing thoughtful dialogue. We all, I think, really appreciate that. So what I wanted to talk to you about is each and every single one of you who sits on the Plan Commission, you're there for a reason. You're there because either the mayor or the town council or the last mayor or the last town council saw something special in you. Your position is incredibly important. You are there because you live in the rural district or the urban district, you're a Republican or Democrat, and you bring something special to the table. Maybe you have legal experience, maybe you have more community experience, but you're here for a reason, and you're here as part of the check and balance on things like this. You're so important that it is all codified in the state statute. So what I would like to mention to you tonight is this PUD, not one time, not two times, not three, not even four times. It takes away your right to make good decisions. It punts the right to either the planning director or their designee. Who's the designee? Is it the planning director's niece? Is it the intern? Is it the developer? We don't know. Those are really, really important details to think about. And I know I have a lot more, I feel better with you all making the decisions and being involved in them instead of punting it to someone that we don't know who it is 12 different times. And those 12 different times, they range from things from setbacks to variances. I mean, look them up. There's 12 things, and I was quite shocked when I read all of them. And I'd also like to add, years ago when we started as Zionsville to have a planned unit development ordinance, we had to do an enabling ordinance. I had the privilege of sitting on the town council and being many of your representatives at the time. At the time, there was a planned unit development ordinance in Boone County, and it was very restrictive, and it was good. It said what we could allow, meaning the size of PUDs, who could build, and where they could build. When Zionsville, when we chose to put forth our planned unit development, it was loosey-goosey, and at the time I was very worried that the intentional loosey-goosiness of it would allow a giveaway to developers, quite frankly. And I think if you talk to some people who look at some of the PUDs that have been put forth, what you have all approved has not necessarily been what was actually built. So that's why I urge you, please, keep your power. Don't punt the power. Vote no on this PUD. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle Robinson. I live at 4434 Summer Drive. And I just don't want to be repetitive because I know that we've had the request to not be repetitive. So I'm going to try to edit out anything that sounds repetitive. But first I wanted to show you the cover of the Zionsville Chamber of Commerce. This is their report from 2024. And we've all seen this. This picture or pictures just like this repeatedly because this is what's special about Zionsville. My husband says, no one comes to Zionsville for the beaches or the mountains. They come for our quaint village and they come for our schools. And this thing that we're talking about tonight, this PUD, it really affects both of those. So I really like Erica's idea. We can't stop progress, we know that, but we can have input on it. And I really like Erica's plea to consider designing things so that we are continuing the village look. I don't know how many of you have been to Fishers or to Westfield or Noblesville. Most recently I was in Noblesville. And they have this adorable, cute little town. It's actually a lot bigger than Zionsville. But they have built these 4, 5, 6-story buildings right up against the cute little town. And it just lost that cute little town feel. I've had many people, guests to our family, friends, strangers tell me that we've got Mayberry here and how blessed we are, and that it's basically not left anywhere in the United States. This is one of the very few, and I just would like to say, let's do everything we can to keep what's special about Zionsville and the village the way it is. So since most of the wonderful points were made, I'm not going to repeat my thing. That's what I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My dog Sophie and I own Black Dog Books at 115 South Main Street in the Village. We've been open since 2010. I'm Tanya Raudebush, Sophie's human. Sophie and Molly have met, and Molly's doing a great job. Thank you all for your time and hard work and passion for Zionsville. I believe that the business owners in the village are all happy that the South Village is finally going to be developed, and we just are hoping that it'll be developed responsibly. The information sessions about the South Village project contained a lot of information about the new traffic plans, making evident that in spite of the traffic plans not being in the PUD, those plans will encroach or could encroach on the village business district as a whole. Traffic studies were done and proposals have been made to close or curtail the two major access gateways to the North Village. The Oak Street Gateway access to the village from the west at Oak and First Streets, and the Main Street Sycamore Gateway access to the North Village for cars traveling up from South Main Street. These primary gateway closures could have a significant negative impact on North Village businesses. It seems remiss that plans have been made based only on traffic studies without also doing economic impact studies to gauge potential harm to village businesses if the two primary access gateways to the village are closed or curtailed. And customer origin and arrival route studies that customers take to arrive at village businesses for the first time or subsequent times. Those studies could have been done too. Please consider leaving South Main Street where it is and keeping it open for traffic all the way into the North Village. The traffic plans presented at the information meetings are not in the PUD in spite of their large potential impact on businesses. Ideally, a new comprehensive plan would have preceded the PUD plans. Please add traffic plans to the PUD as well as to the new comprehensive plan, as they are integral to everything. This is a golden opportunity for Zionsville to create a magnificent gateway at Main and Sycamore Streets that will connect the historic North Village to the new South Village. A welcome center at the heart of the gateway could provide information about both North and South Village areas, as well as Greater Zionsville, and welcome visitors to all of Zionsville. Keeping the Oak Street entrance open, Zionsville can also enhance that gateway that welcomes our visitors from the west. Nothing happens in a vacuum. The new South Village and the historic North Village are interconnected. We are all in this together and only want the best for Zionsville. We hope that with responsible development, businesses in the entire village business district will thrive. Zionsville can rise to the next level while preserving its historic Main Street identity and be inviting and user-friendly for everyone who comes here. Thank you. Oh, and please tell Molly, Sophie is hoping she will stop by the bookstore again to visit.
Hi, my name is Amy Biggs. I live at 37 Penn Place, and I own the coffee shop on Pine Street, Roasted in the Village at 27 East Pine. Given the comments already made, I'll stick to just two topics this evening, and you may say that these are better handled with the traffic study and the comprehensive plan in hand, but I thought it was important to make note of these. One of them, I think I'll be the first one to speak of, so that's something to look forward to. We all know that parking has long been an issue in the village. We make do by recommending that patrons park on side streets and available service lots and the like. A parking garage to absorb current and future parking needs seems appropriate, but placement and impact to current parking arrangements have to be carefully considered. Once a parking garage is erected, it'll be there for decades. It should enhance the community and experience of our visitors. I would encourage the committee to avoid building a parking garage on Main Street, thus eliminating the use of prime real estate for vital uses for decades to come. Additionally, the elimination of street parking along side streets in the business district may present a hardship for some of those with limited mobility. I have a particular view of that, owning a coffee shop. We are fortunate to have a multi-generational community and customer base, all of whom need to be considered. A balance should be sought. I'd respectfully request that a parking plan for the North Village be outlined as well. I think we've all seen that the North Village, there's quite a bit of footage or space that's included in this PUD, so I thought that was appropriate. The other comment that I would make, and maybe as an offer, if anybody from the committee would be interested, I note that the restrooms are mentioned in the supporting documentation from the 2020 Gateway Study. I believe I'm in a unique position to confirm the need for public restrooms. As a sincere offer, I'd invite the planning committee to spend time at Roasted in the Village, whether it's on a farmer's market Saturday, any day that it's nice out and we have a lot of pedestrians, when the Christmas in the Village parade, the Fall Festival parade, the line for bathroom goers is quite long. But in all seriousness, our hours are limited, right? Roasted's open 7 to 3 during the week and 8 to 4 on the weekends. A much better solution would be for the town to provide public restrooms. So I encourage you to incorporate that into the planning with availability 24/7 optimally, both in the North and South Village. And again, sincerely, please let me know if you'd like any assistance arranging to do a study using the Roasted restrooms as an example. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to hope I was the last one. My name is Joyce Lytle. I live at 10053 Whisper Trace Lane. I live on the south part of Zionsville Road. And I do want to speak to a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank you also for allowing the town residents to talk about their concerns at length. I want to thank the mayor because you're very proactive and looking forward, and that's definitely appreciated. There are some things I think that maybe have been missed. And first of all, with the changes mentioned this evening, I'm a little dismayed because about 8 weeks ago, I spent a lot of time looking at the big screen in the Area Plan Commission office, trying to get really detailed information so that any questions I might have had would be answered in a way that it was clear. From that, I then went and parked my car and I walked some of the areas in Zionsville. And so I want to go over some of my findings from that, as well as some things that I'm not sure traffic people have thought about. I'm not sure I don't really quite know what the PUD does or what they look into. And I would now like more time to review everything that's been changed. But living on the south side of Zionsville Road, I don't know how many of you try to go east towards Michigan 421. If you take 96th Street, that apparently is under the control of Indianapolis, and that road is always a disaster. It's full, I mean, they're not just potholes, they're big chuck holes. And so that's not an easy route to take to go east. If I want to go east and I look towards 106th Street, there are certain times of the day where that makes no sense because all of the FedEx trucks are coming out and they block from the light at Michigan probably back as far as Mayflower, or some days close to where they're coming out on Bennett Parkway. So that's not a good choice. With the PUD plan, if we discontinue Zionsville Road just past the creek and shifted over with the spaghetti of roundabouts. And I don't know if that's one of the changes that's been mentioned or not. But there are several problems with that. One of them is I would have to go through 3 roundabouts just to go out Sycamore 106th Street east to Michigan. So now the 3 routes are poor at best. If I want to go into the town of Zionsville on the Brick Street, I can't do that. I can't turn left if I go through 3 roundabouts. So all the traffic coming from the south, the way I had originally understood the proposal, is they would go through 3 spaghetti roundabouts, and then rather than even seeing the Brick Street, which is our charm, everybody is shunted up First Street along where all of the truck deliveries stop, along where all of the large garbage bins are. And I wouldn't exactly call that the classiest entrance into Zionsville. And I know you can't change Oak Street coming in. I know you can't really change much about where Sycamore is coming in. But I think that that's so sad when right now, coming up Zionsville Road, you have this beautiful potential for a welcoming into the city. And that's being removed. I tried to understand a little bit more about the first roundabout after Eagle Creek with a view towards the Brick Street. And so I have driven that several times when there wasn't any traffic, very, very slowly. And I can't hardly see the Brick Street from Bub's Burgers or a little bit further. If I have to go through a roundabout there, I'm not going to see the Brick Street at all, because we all know what it's like going through roundabouts, and that's not the time to be kind of gazing forward. And so I think those are difficult issues. You know, I'm not an economist. I'm not an area planner. There are things that I looked at as I started to investigate this more thoroughly, and I'm just going to ask the questions. Maybe the questions have already been asked, and if they have, I'd love answers, and maybe they haven't. But on the north side of Lions Park, there could have been, and maybe still could be, a large parking structure with covered, accessible walkway that comes up to Elm Street and into the north part of the village. Obviously, on nice days, any of us would be more than happy to park there and walk into town. And so that's a potential for parking. The other question I might ask is, couldn't you just leave Zionsville Road coming into the Brick Street and make the Brick Street one way going north and choose one of the other roads to be one way going south? First Street might as well, or Elm Street, although I know that's kind of a pathway at the moment, but those are possible options. And then you could have maybe the parking still on the Brick Street, but you don't have cars on both sides and traffic going both ways when it was never designed for that. The other thing I want to comment about is I purposely drive on the Brick Street every time I come to town, because it is, you have to remember when you travel other places in the country, you're just enamored with these charming towns and you go there on purpose. And we have one of our own, so I go there on purpose. But I go there because, you know, yeah, maybe I'll go for coffee in the morning, and sometimes we'll go in for dinner, but there's no reason to go into town. And, and I'm really sorry to say that. I love the shops that we have, but I don't go to a bookstore every day. I certainly don't go to a restaurant every day, and I don't go shopping every day. And I think what's happening is it's easier for people to go over to all the shops on Michigan or Boone Village and on out to Whitestown, because everybody needs to get gas for their car, at least currently, and they need food. And you don't have to have a big grocery store, but if I could pop into the village someplace and pick up bread and milk and a few miscellaneous things, that's exactly what I would do. And then while I was there, I'd shop, or I would go in the shops that are in town. But I think I don't know if those questions have been asked. Why do all the businesses fail in downtown Zionsville? And so that was just my common sense thought about the subject. The other thing I want to mention, I don't know how many people who have gone and actually walked the area on 2nd and 3rd Street, well, 2nd Street and Sycamore, because that is one lane, one way coming into Zionsville, and you can't hardly even find it off of Hawthorne. It's just almost a little alley that takes that road around. And it's back in that area, as I understood it from the big plans, where there's been a developer in the past who wanted to build apartments. And now there's some comments about a developer still wanting to build apartments back there. And, and I'm looking at it the way it currently is. It's a charming little area, but it's one lane and one way. And so what's the traffic situation going to be like? I mean, what about the poor people that live there already? And if you put up apartments and all these other developments, I've not seen or heard anything about, the water issues and the sewerage issues. I guess power is probably still readily available, but those are a lot of problems that I think the residents need to know about. We would like to hear a concrete plan. We'd like to know who's in charge, and we'd like to have redress. And at this point, it's not that I'm opposed to any plans, or there are some things I don't like, but now that there were changes again, I request that this be continued until such time as all of the citizens of Zionsville have an opportunity to see all the changes that were proposed again this evening and answers to our questions before it comes back before you, the Area Plan Commission. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request. And like everyone has said, we have an opportunity to do it, but let's do it right and make sure all the citizens know what's going on as well. So thank you for that.
Good evening. I'm Julia Schultz. I live at 8440 Hunt Club Road. I am not against you doing a PUD. I actually applaud you for taking control, ahead of time to get this, to get control of the area. I think that's a great idea, but I am concerned about some of the elements, and I'm going to try and skip through. So if I sound like I'm kind of disjointed, it's because a lot of this has been said already, so I will try and skip over those items. But my husband and I moved here in October of 2020. And we did a lot of research before moving here because we escaped, I should say, from California, Southern California, where they are required to put in things like high-density housing, low-income housing, et cetera, and they take areas like where we lived and destroy them. And I'm really concerned that some of the elements in this are going to destroy Zionsville. I don't know what happened. I must be getting really, really old. And I don't mean this to sound mean, but when I was growing up, I did not expect to be able to buy a house where my parents lived. I knew I was going to have to get an education, work, earn my way to get to certain places. So I'm not unfeeling for people that want to be able to live here, that grew up here, but I think you need to pay your dues to get here, just like the rest of us. I don't know where it got to the point where I am responsible for providing that for other people. I worked hard to get here. I sacrificed a lot to get here. And when we were looking, and I talked to the planning, or the building department, they told us Zionsville was designed to stay smaller, to keep the quaintness, to not do high density. No, they looked at us like we were crazy when we asked if you did high density. We don't do that here. Well, apartments, condos, things like that are high density in Zionsville. They may not be in Los Angeles, they may not be in New York, but they are here. So it is a change to the town. I mean, I'm highly disappointed because I'm not one of those people that moved here going, wow, this is a great place, let's change it. I don't want you to change. I moved here because the place I was in before got changed. I love Zionsville. It is gorgeous. I don't ever plan on leaving, but I'm hoping that it will be developed responsibly. That being said, as far as the housing, you can already tell I am not for high-density housing whatsoever. And the thought that putting apartments, condos right around the South Village is going to bring you business, what makes you think that because those people live there, they're going to shop there? I mean, we all live in Zionsville. Do we all, just like the lady before me, do we all shop on Main Street every day? No. What's going to bring us to Main Street? The businesses or restaurants that we're going to frequent. And I don't think you should be keeping it so narrowly focused on we need to have apartments there. It should be what's going to attract people from Zionsville, because I personally would rather stay and shop in Zionsville. So what's going to bring us all to that Main Street area? That'll revitalize it. That'll keep it going. It's not apartments. I'm not going to go downtown to see condos. I'm not going to spend money walking around looking at condos. So I'm hoping you will consider that when you're doing this. One of the other things is property tax relief. Property taxes are ridiculous in this town. I mean, where we came from, it was actually cheaper than here, believe it or not. So I keep hearing we need more businesses, diversity with businesses to bring up that tax base. Housing isn't going to do that. We have so many developments that have gone in since my husband and I have moved here. And to me, that means there's more schools, there's more police, there's more road use, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is not bringing in more of a tax base to me. That's not lowering my taxes when you do that. So that is a big concern to me. The other thing is, let's see, the road realignment. Like the lady before me, that roundabout thing is, I can't come up north on Zionsville Road and just continue on to Main Street. If you make it such a pain in the, you know what, to have to get around to get back into Main Street, I'm not going to go there. And then, like, my mom lives in Austin Oaks area, so for us to go back and forth, we come south on First Street to get to Oak. Well, I won't be able to do that anymore with your other thing. Okay, so I've been told, well, you'll just find another way. Well, okay, another way. Am I supposed to go through those little neighborhood streets that are so narrow? The streets aren't in great shape, and I don't think they were designed for that kind of traffic, and I don't think the people living there want that kind of traffic. I wouldn't. I can sneak my way around. Now, I have a big car. So trying to make that weird corner as you come around from Willow, you know, that real sharp corner there that everybody has to wait back for people to make the turn. I try to avoid that. It's very difficult. But when it's raining or snow or whatever, my car tends to slide if I try and sneak the other way and go up, you know, through Turkey Foot and all that. So that's dangerous. I don't know that this is, I know you're looking for a solution for that area, and I don't think we're there yet. So instead of going ahead with all these roundabouts, I would rethink that and see if you can get a better plan. I know you've got traffic studies, but they don't live here. They count the cars, they look at the time of the day, they don't know the people, they don't know our habits. I think it's premature on that. I'm trying to skip over, sorry. Parking. Where we lived before, I'm going to give that as a reference. They kept touting a parking structure. They put the parking structure in. Okay, everybody hates it. Hardly anybody uses it. It doesn't fit in. Now, I've heard some ideas of moving it somewhere in the back or somewhere, not on Main Street, but that's hidden by businesses, that would work. I don't know if this is even a viable idea or anybody has thought about it, but obviously there are certain times that are far more busy than others. So is there a possibility of having a parking structure, something maybe on 106 or in that area, and during those busier times having the Zionsville trolley that people could hop on and get to Main Street? Because I'm not going to park far away and go to the art gallery to buy a painting and carry it. People tend to want to park close to where they're shopping. So it's fine to walk if you're just going to walk to a restaurant, but it's not fine if you're shopping for something you want to carry. So I don't know if that's a possibility that businesses could contribute to it. Developers, as they develop, they can contribute to providing some kind of a trolley on that idea. As far as a plaza area that's been mentioned, I don't know if that's still in there. That's the busiest section there. I'm not sure how many people want to sit in the grass and watch the cars go by. You could have better use there with more businesses that would draw us into the Main Street area, which I think is the idea. With the increase in traffic, by adding housing, you're also affecting your air quality. So are you going to sit there and suck up the exhaust? We've got Lincoln Park, we've got Lions Park, and they're within close proximity. You would be better served, in my opinion, to have more businesses that will attract us to that area. Those are my suggestions. I know we all have ideas. I'm just hoping, I do think you need more time on this. I think we're not there yet. I think it's a good direction. I just don't think we're there yet, and I do think the public needs more time for more input. But I do hope, as you make your decisions, that you will do what keeps Zionsville special. I don't want us to, why do we have to be every other town? Why does every single town across America have to be the same? I don't understand that. This is, you guys have the most wonderful town here. Please don't do anything that will take that away. Thank you.
For the record, Jonathan Nail, 80 South 5th Street. I'll be quick, I promise. I'm a new Zionsville resident. My wife and I and 2 young children are finishing up renovation work on a house at 5th and Oak in the Village. We're excited to be here, and we are in favor of the South Village project, and I'd like to take a few minutes to explain why. I'm a professional civil engineer by trade, and for the past 6 years, I've worked for the city of Westfield. I know that may not give me much credibility in this room based on the comments, but I have been acted as a city engineer as well as the director of public works. In that time, I've seen many development projects come through the zoning process, some good, some not so good, certainly. And these projects have community support, they have remonstration and opposition. Oftentimes, there's a mix of both. Responsible development's a term I've heard frequently. To be clear, all residents want responsible development. You don't hear anyone clamoring for irresponsible development in their community. However, I've found the term responsible development is often misused as a substitution or a proxy for no development. I am for actual responsible development as opposed to no development. As such, I'm in favor of the South Village because it truly does represent responsible development. Having read through the PUD, this zoning ordinance does a wonderful job of providing context-sensitive design solutions which will supplement and enhance our already beautiful downtown area. There's clear thoughtfulness in the way the districts are laid out with preservation at the forefront. Additionally, this zoning provides access to a variety of housing options for a wide range of ages and interests. This is a key component to building a vibrant community. As a new resident, I want to showcase my community to others. This project allows for younger people to live, work, and play in our beautiful downtown. Lastly, the zoning proposal does a good job of following concepts found in new urbanism. Rather than bringing forth a specific development, it provides modern design guidelines to promote attractive architecture, walkability, and a comfortable environment. The zoning will help clarify expectations to future developers, which will ultimately allow for more cohesive development projects. In summary, I am for responsible development, and as such, I am in favor of the South Village project. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm vertically challenged, so I'll bring this down. Brett Brewer. I live at 205 North Main Street. Yes, Eric and I know exactly where each other reside because we exchange mail all the time. I'm actually the president of the Village Residents Association. So we are right there in the middle of this. One great thing about this process, I want to applaud our mayor and Corey. We were invited from the very beginning to talk with them and give our input, our feedback in this whole process from the start. I don't know of many towns that give access like that to their residents. So I want to thank the mayor, I want to thank Corey for giving us that access, taking our input. I also am very grateful that they are taking our input. We're seeing some of it come in to these PUD plans. And I think it's it's moving forward. One of the first things I did, not by myself, set up a committee with the VRA. So our committee, our South PUD committee, actually we've met 15 times. And time number 15 was yesterday for about 3 hours. So we have gone through this multiple times, given feedback, gone through different renditions, given feedback. I like to call, when I'm not present on our committee meetings, I like to call it the Big Brains Committee, because when I'm not there, it's the big brains. We've got 3 attorneys on this committee. We've got some pretty smart people on this committee reviewing this data, providing feedback, and then we're going back to Corey, and she's giving feedback back. So we're moving along. Just yesterday, when we reviewed it, I mean, I'll just throw out a couple of examples. You look at the structure of height, 35 feet. So we're like, great, it came down to 35 feet. And then you dig into it a little bit, like 35 feet, and then what about the parking garage? Okay, so describe a parking garage. Well, you could, by the way we read it, you could have a 1-car parking garage on the first floor, which would allow you to have a 48-foot structure. So things like that are reasons to go back and look at this and let's start nailing things down. We have free access to all of our committee. I think if anybody wants to talk about adding things, we probably have 2 or 3 pages of data that can really solidify and help with this kind of stuff. Committee, I think that's having the new committee review this stuff. What about throwing in something about having a committee member live within 0.5 miles? Somebody who's directly impacted on the new committee. Making sure one of the town council members is one of the town council members that's in charge of the area. Things like that, and a lot of new ideas, and more ideas that are coming in. I just think that there's too much that you probably don't want to write down and add tonight to vote on to pass through. So I think asking for a continuance and going down the road and getting this right in the future is what we would like to see. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ralph Stacy, and my wife Jan reside at 60 South 2nd Street in the Village for a very long time. And being a downtown resident for over 78 years, a current residential property of our circa 1875 East Lake styled home and other vintage Village residential dwellings, past owners of downtown commercial properties for many decades, as well as owner and operator of a family business for 35 years, and during that time had 3 different locations in the downtown Village district. It concerns us that we have to address now not 160 acres, but 110-acre South Main PUD, which will become a TIF if it is approved development. A TIF to us means no tax revenue on the increased assessment of the developed property for 20 to 25 years and no new revenue for our existing taxing entities such as schools, police, fire, street, and social services, while creating more expenses. Is it good business practice and the best for the citizens of our community? This development is too much, too quickly, and is a quality of life and public safety issue with all the other massive developments in our community online or in the works. Our town needs to awaken to this reality of unprecedented residential growth and become informed of the real facts that will burst onto us. I have seen since post-COVID other peculiar happenings like making a deal to convert Lions Club Little League Fields 2 and 3, which are located in the southwest corner of Lions Park, into a 5-story parking garage. The underselling of acreage at Creekside Park to just create some interest in development of it. The creation of more TIFs like Holiday Farms and the high-rise apartment at the farm, our southeast entryway to our residential and business community. The business community we need to protect those merchants within our existing Village Business District TIF, which was created some 25 years ago when improvements were made to our famous brick Main Street. I thought TIFs were for 20 to 25 years duration. We know firsthand that any infrastructure changes will not be easy from our past business and residential experiences. Our town needs to look at the proper maintenance of our brick Main Street first, which has some problems to be addressed. Other downtown problems that have been around for 30 years are the three vacant municipal parking lots, a privately owned commercial lot with remains of asphalt and concrete slabs that have been there for at least 25 years. This is north of Eagle Creek on west side of Zionsville Road that used to be a gas station on South Main that should have been a village green for all these decades, and 2 south lots and structures on an old alley now named East Sycamore, and have looked bad for our community for decades and a daily eyesore for the immediate neighborhood today and almost a lifetime for some. This area should be displaced so that they don't flood. These areas should be the first to be redeveloped to acceptable standards and livable densities for our neighborhoods and community. The 4 vacant lots mentioned should be developed in authentic, replicated architectural structures for retail, service, and residential living based on our history. You need to just observe what we still have today north on Main and have had for over 100 years to know what to build. Each one needs to provide adequate under or above ground parking, be nicely landscaped, and provide commercial retail accommodations with some apartments. There are large numbers of regularly available parking along Elm Street and private lots that need to be made available for large parking demand in the evening hours. With the conversion of the old Methodist Church on North Main Street, you can see the use of residential street parking being used as overflow, especially during the warmer months of the year. The town's decision on the South Main project will be historical, and you should be looking more towards smarter approach of planned managed growth as was implemented in the 1980s right here in Zionsville. We need to explore other safe alternate routes for traffic, which we have in what is being developed. At least for the time being, follow our existing zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan. Traffic and pedestrian safety has to be greatly improved now or very soon. Within the past 3 years, Jan and I have almost been hit by a moving vehicle twice, myself, and Jan once, just near our home. We know other citizens that have been hit or nearly hit. Thank goodness we can still run if need be. The excessive disregard of traffic speed limits, most noted by us with Oak Street, that is posted at 30, but you can see firsthand 40 miles per hour plus. And disregard of our parking ordinances and stop signs will be a tragic experience for someone. 3 traffic circles are not going to ease traffic on First Street, and with not getting onto Main Street from Zionsville Road is a huge disservice to the merchants who help make our community what it is today. It was nice that Corey came to the Village Residents Association meeting twice just within the past year, and Mayor John Stair and Councilwoman Sarah Sampson were in attendance a couple months ago or so. That was good. Thank you. I have not received any answers to my questions of what are the expected increase in population and additional cars that will be housed in the South Main development. Another question was, what is the remaining sewage capacity available for any development, and what is this going to cost to upgrade, and how will this be funded? Wonder what the cash balances were in the different sewage funds as of the end of last year. Other citizens have some good questions and not sure if they did not receive any answers as well. I would like to know what the total projected impact on our tax rate and future school referendums will be when what has been approved and introduced. We have grandchildren in the local public school system and have seen firsthand adverse impact. Sure, we will never have 50 graduating seniors from Zionsville High School, which was Eagle Township High School when I graduated in 1961. That is progress and change and what will happen, but we should always strive to be responsive to our taxpayers and manage residential and commercial growth with a proper business plan, public safety most important, and always position the citizenry first and foremost. We could say more, but with this short notice, we will call it a day and continue to do our part in making this a wonderful community. We have always been available to discuss different ideas and to try to continue to make this a wonderful community. In closing, bigger is not better. It is just more costly, harder to manage, decreases the quality of life, and increases the public safety issues and other concerns. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Reed Barnes. I live at 7894 East 400 South. I just want to first say I love Zionsville. I grew up here. I love being here. This is home. You know, this isn't Brownsburg. This isn't Westfield. This isn't Carmel. We're Zionsville. I love being from here. I want to keep it the way I've always known it. I want to keep it, the charm, the uniqueness. I want us to be separate from everybody else. I don't want us to be like a Carmel or a Fishers. I want to stay like Zionsville. And adding to that, I just want to say the South Village PUD, I believe, is diverting from the uniqueness and the historic village character that is the main focal point in the town of Zionsville. I think what would help is a 3D eye-level view of Main Street, First Street, and Sycamore Street, which includes the existing buildings, proposed buildings, and the proposed traffic flow. I don't believe we have enough information showing how the new development will blend in with the historic character of Zionsville. And I just also want to say, where are you going to put the new green space? It seems that it's going to go in the public parking lot south of the Friendly Tavern. I don't know if that's such a good idea because every time I drive by that parking lot, it's absolutely packed. So I think we should keep that the way it is. No green space there. And the last thing I want to say is, How will local business owners be affected by the proposed changes in parking? How will the owners be assured that there's enough parking for their employees? So, like I said, this is Zionsville, not Carmel, not Fishers, not Brownsburg. Let's keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Yvonne Koch, and I live 4211 First Flight Circle here in Zionsville. I was just pretty much looking for some transparency. So I understand this comprehensive plan. I'm hearing one thing from the mayor, but I'm seeing something different from you, Mr. Dale. I think you were at the State House on September 8th of 23, and you had said that we are an affluent community and that we needed more workforce development housing. That's what you told our legislators, that our workforce is coming in from Marion County. So, but I'm hearing something completely different from Mayor Sturr. He's saying that we need to grow a little bit, but he didn't say anything about workforce development. And then I think you had mentioned that one of the biggest things that we face here in Zionsville is more commercial development. You were recommending more commercial, and that we were too niche of a market. We were too unique. So I'm really just looking for answers on these things because I'm hearing two different things. You're saying something to our legislators, and Mayor Sturr is telling us something different. And as far as the grants go, I'm just curious what regulations when we take the Ready grant money. So if we take the 1.9 million from Ready, what are the stipulations in there that we have to abide by with creating this comprehensive plan? I think transparency is huge. Mayor Sturr, you had said transparency was huge, and I totally agree with that. Also, there was a redevelopment meeting back in February, I think February 27th of this year, and then they were talking about making their own South Gate or South Village committee. But if you had 2 members of the RDC on that committee, they didn't have to disclose anything to us in the public. If there were 3 members of the RDC, then they'd have to disclose. So I want to know, why wouldn't you guys disclose anything to us to begin with? And then there had been liaison meetings with developers that we have no clue about. So, and again, on top of that, I wanted to know, as far as transportation down the long, do we have any, is there anything written that we have something with the Indiana Metro Planning Organization as far as Indigo busing? Because I think I saw in one of the older plans that towards the future they were looking towards having Indigo come up from Marion County, Meridian Street, up here to Zionsville. And this is all a part of the LEAP and the workforce housing. So I guess we're just looking for transparency, because we are hearing one thing and I'm hearing another thing, and I'm seeing both these things with my eyes. But I appreciate you guys listening, so thank you.
Hi, I'm Regina Sharrow, 1838 Cornish Drive. I'll make this quick. I'm super excited about development. I just have to point out, I get offended and annoyed when people say, oh, you're afraid of change. You know, I know change is hard. This isn't about change. Everyone here is excited about developing South Village. We're excited about it. We just want to make sure it's the right kind. I also, just a couple things. I'm trying to figure out how there's the potential to turn South Village into a big housing addition. How is a brand new housing addition with multifamily housing improving our schools? Like, you know, the lawyer said that this will improve our schools. I don't know how that happens. I have a weird question about the roundabouts. You know, those are gone. I know the mayor said those are not part of the PUD, so they're pulled out, and that's fine. But I don't know how we can vote on a PUD when you don't know how many, you know, housing units are going to be in that PUD. But here's a question. Maybe we do both. Maybe we leave Zionsville Road open and you do the roundabout so people have a choice. We don't, maybe that doesn't hurt the village as much, and people have a choice, they can go around. Might be a good idea. I'm also really struggling with how this first floor parking is pedestrian friendly. So instead of walking by restaurants and going in, I'm walking by a parking garage, and what, I have to walk upstairs to a restaurant or a retail shop? That just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know, that seems like not a great idea. I'd love to hear the rationale behind that. Lastly, I just want to know, who are we serving with the PUD? You know, our elected officials have the obligation to serve their constituents, the people here, not the people who don't live here but want to live here. We live here. We've told the mayor, if you build it, we will come. If there are restaurants and retail in South Village, we will come. We want to shop in Zionsville. We want our businesses to survive. So I hope we just vote no and take the time. Voting no today doesn't mean no forever. It's not nothing or vote today. Obviously, there's another meeting next month and the following month. So we have time to do this right and vote at a later date. So I hope you vote no, and thank you so much for listening to all of us. We appreciate you.
Good evening. My name is Deb Clay. I live at 625 Laurel Avenue, and I'm also a transplant from California, where we left because California finally realized that by giving TIFs to developers, they're going to run out of money in 10 or 15 years. And now it is the time where they don't have, wait a minute, we don't have the money for our schools. The people that are coming in aren't paying enough taxes to add more than one child to the classroom. Now, what do you mean? We're giving these people who are making money off of the land, which is fine, it's theirs. But does everybody in Zionsville know that they're not going to have to pay the taxes for this period of time? I would bet that they don't know. So I would suggest, number one, that you explain TIFs to the people who live here and exactly what it's going to do to them and the lack of funds that you really need to progress. And my second point is, when I was here for the last meeting that was canceled for a few minutes, well, you decided that we were going to postpone it. I was listening to the developers, and they were, yeah, Zionsville. They weren't looking at what's behind you. It's Carmel. Don't you think we have to be Carmel? We want to make Zionsville Carmel. No, we don't. And if you ask the people of Zionsville, we like Zionsville for what it is. I left because of all of the baloney that was going on, and the people didn't know. My little tiny town, with the railroad train that used to go out and get the oil and bring it back, is now high-rises everywhere. And you know what's happening? The state was suing the town I lived in because we wouldn't put up big boxes with 400 here, 400 there, houses or whatever. So the TIF thing was a disaster. In fact, they've stopped it. In fact, we just got $52 million that they had taken to do all this, and then they decided not to. So my point tonight is, please tell the people and explain to them exactly. I was at a meeting and said, please, could you explain TIFs to me? And they were, well, just go online and read it. That's okay, you can figure it all out. It's a big deal, especially when we have children. We move for children, for our grandkids. We want this place to go, but we want it to be small. We don't have to be huge to be good. And we are small, and we are good. So please consider educating us more on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Does petitioner want to respond?
Yeah, let me just take, and what I tried to do is take some notes, and let me hit some categories that I think will help provide some direction. And we heard quite a bit of discussion about the traffic and road realignment and that issue, and thankfully, that is not an issue that we're asking you to tackle this evening. The PUD can exist with or without the traffic study, with or without a realignment, with or without roundabouts or more than one roundabout. It exists regardless and will adapt to whatever happens there. Not part of what we're asking you to consider this evening. Talking about building height. The building height is measured to the top of the coping or the parapet, spelled out, I think, pretty clearly in the document. However, screened material or mechanicals can exist to a maximum of 10 feet on top of that, which I think is standard. And I think we showed you last time how we are trying to visually mask that screening based upon a street view. Preservation area. With the removal of Creekside, that has impacted the preservation area, but we do have 20 acres out of the 110 that's being proposed for preservation. One of the questions that was asked is talked about parking and how we would address a single space parking. I don't believe that's the intent or the spirit of what has been proposed when we talk about that 35 to 45 foot offset credit for parking. We've defined a parking garage as, I think, a pretty good definition, and I don't think that suggested use would work. What we've tried to do with that is encourage parking, and this is not going to solve parking issues in the village. It's not. But what we're trying to do is to provide more than adequate parking for what uses would be permitted in this area. I heard a question, how many parking spaces are going to be there? There's not a project in front of you for me to calculate that. That's just not what we're here doing this evening. We've defined parameters so when those projects do come in front of you, there's more than adequate parking. In fact, we've tried to be creative and encourage additional. Same thing goes with the number of units. Again, not a project in front of you, but we've tried to provide parameters when a project does get here. So I think that leads me to something that I perhaps have not done a good job explaining, in that this is not a project that the town is promoting, a development that the town is promoting, so much as we're trying to lay standards over an area that is currently developable. And I think that's important to remember. There are elements of the South Village area that we like and we don't like, and some we hate and some we love. And those are standards that are developable as we sit here today. I think it's essential that we note that, when we talk about a traffic study, we talk about a comprehensive plan, that land use in this area is not operating in a vacuum. There are a lot of property owners waiting to see what this body and ultimately the town council does with this. What we've done is looked at elements of our current zoning ordinance and current PUDs that we don't like, and we want to change them. Let me read to you from the ordinance 2011-02, which is affectionately referred to as the Dow PUD. Now, we've added some exceptions in there that we talked about this evening. The Dow PUD presently allows, as we sit here today, industrial uses such as assembly of previously manufactured parts, sub-assemblies or components, distribution centers, engineering laboratories, manufacture or light assembly of products from previously manufactured parts, including repair for it goes on. Now, when we talk about what building heights are, what we're trying to do is ratchet back what is there. If I look at 10 of the Dow PUD, I think many people in this room would be surprised that as we sit here today, the maximum building height in that area is 100 feet.
How big is the Dow PUD? It's not 110 acres.
So it is certainly not. But what it is a part of this, and is an example, an extreme example, I will give you that, of things that we're trying to do to rein in what is presently there. So what I encourage you to do is to think through what zonings that you have, zoning processes you've been involved in and around this area. We are asking for a favorable recommendation with that Dow carve-out or exclusion that we mentioned earlier. And we're asking for your favorable approval this evening. Thank you for your time.
All right. Open it up to Members of the commission? Any questions from the planning commission for the petitioner?
Yeah, I have some questions. Jeff, I'd love to ask you a couple questions. My first question is, I understand you've gone through a process leading up to these revisions, and that process involved some interaction with town council. I also want to say I share frustration with some of the members of the public that are here getting the information at a late hour. The same is true for me, believe it or not. I get the packet on Friday afternoon. I have to read it over the weekend. It's a lot of information to digest. However, I know there's discussions that was held between petitioner, the town in this case, as with the town council that were leading to some of the revisions we're being asked to consider tonight. And so I'm curious if all of the concerns of the council were incorporated into the changes. If not, why not? And what concerns were left off the table or not part of the revisions?
Oh, great question. And a tough one to answer. We had met with the members of the town council a few weeks ago, and we met, and I believe all of those revisions were incorporated into the document. Now, there are a few things that have crept up since that time. I believe that most, if not all of those concerns have been addressed, or edits to the document have happened. I would be very hesitant to say beyond that. I believe that we've tried to do that. Are there other concerns that have popped up since revisions have been made? Potentially. And we haven't had additional meetings since a couple of weeks ago, and revisions were submitted to the town council's representative to review. So sort of a vague way of answering. I think we did the best we could, and I believe that we've captured all of those concerns. One of which was the revision that we clarified tonight.
Okay, thanks. If we were to give a positive recommendation, are you confident that the council would warmly receive it and approve the project?
You know, I don't know that that's maybe a fair question, frankly. What I've done is I've been open to meet with a number of the members of the town council. I know they've had discussions with constituents, residents, taxpayers, and those have been reflective in changes that we've made to the document. I think we have a good PUD in front of you that balance a lot of interests, and we've done our best with that. I would leave that in the. I wouldn't predict what a town council would or would not do. As sure as I step away from the podium, I'd be kicked in the knee over that. I think we've addressed a lot of the concerns, if not all. There may be others that we've not heard or they've not been adequately addressed, is about the best I can answer that, Nick.
I have one final question. We've obviously heard a lot of concerns about traffic flow. We know that studies have been done, and I certainly understand that we're not being asked to vote on any particular traffic component to the PUD before us tonight. And I think it may be illustrative for the people that are here if you could answer why isn't that a part of the petition. I know there's practical reasons that it isn't, but I think it might benefit everyone for you to speak to that.
Yeah, again, that's a good question, and thank you for that. I think, frankly, there were so many moving parts that trying to get consensus and focus on one area and then trying to open that up to a traffic study, frankly, it's just not part of this. And while we'd love to incorporate that and answer all of those questions, if a petition for development plan comes in today in the South Village, it's going to exist, traffic study or no. So, not necessarily my decision, but we just felt, looking at the larger picture of this, that was just too big a bite to try to get everybody pointed in the right direction on, and focusing on that separately would be time better spent.
I think it's more appropriate that the HWC engineering addresses that in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, again, that's a the comprehensive plan traffic study are steps that do need to occur at some point. We think that this is a more vital step at this juncture rather than waiting on those studies and decisions to be made at some date in the future. So I guess, Nick, to maybe answer your question a little bit more directly, the feeling has been that there was more urgency behind wanting to get this plan implemented and laid over what it currently made up or makes up the South Village now, rather than many months in the future.
Thanks for your answers, Jeff. I certainly appreciate the flexibility that you guys have shown to incorporate some changes and address what some of the concerns are from the public.
This is Dave France. I've got a couple questions for Jeff. One, I agree with you. I think this is something that can move forward in advance of the comprehensive plan work that's being done. Can you walk through the apartment or multifamily housing approval process again and kind of explain the logic behind that?
Yeah, so specific to apartments, the way the process would work, you would have a rezoning type filing. So you would have a project that had apartments as part of it, whether that's solely the use or part of it. That would be filed with the town and would come to the Plan Commission for a rezoning-like hearing. It would be a cursory level from a plan and engineering standpoint, and the Plan Commission would make a recommendation on whether or not that project met the parameters of the PUD and whether they felt that, you all felt that it met the needs of the town. That recommendation would then go to the town council in a rezoning styled hearing where the town council would make a decision whether or not the project could move forward or not with a development plan. That would then go to the South Village Architectural Review Committee, assuming a favorable recommendation. It would go through that layer of process and then through what we would traditionally see as the development plan.
Okay.
The rationale specific to that use was concerns that many of us have heard about without a specific project in hand, not being able to point to a number of units and what specific parcel could take on apartments or other multifamily. Hearing many of those concerns, we honed in on the apartment use and said, okay, let's add another check in the process and allow that to have to go through that layer and allow the town council to take a hard look at that and discretionarily say yes or no.
No, I think that's something that would be a good check on, the potential number of apartments that could be, put into the PUD. So I think that's actually, in my opinion, that's a smart move. The other thing that I would say about this, you mentioned the Dow PUD. I recall when we were looking at Sycamore Flats, a few years back, when you took a look at the alternative that actually could be built on there, it was much worse than what was being contemplated through the PUD. The existing zoning in many places is just not really what people would want next door or in their backyards, if you will. So I think the fact that you redo the zoning through the PUD and then limit and identify specific uses that are much more in line with what the long-term plans for the area is, it just makes a lot more sense. I just think that there's been a lot of work done on this South Village PUD, and I've been on the Plan Commission, I think 12, 13 years now, and trying to get stuff developed on the South Main has just been it's been really tough. A lot of battles back and forth. And I think the biggest obstacle it has, we just don't have a really good definition of what we want down there. So I'm 100% in support of what's been done for the South Village PUD.
There were several in attendance tonight asked about water, sewer, flooding. If this PUD were to pass, I'll move it closer because I can't move any closer to it. Can you hear me now? Tommy, you really can't hear me. I can hear you. It's difficult to hear, yes. That is often a challenge for me, Tom, no doubt. All right, hopefully you all can hear and understand me now. Lots of talk tonight about water, sewer, flooding. The existence of the PUD doesn't by itself bypass any of the necessary engineering for a project that is seeking approval from the town, correct?
Correct, absolutely not.
So those challenges and those questions happen when you get a project in front of you.
Correct. For example, any development plan would have to make a finding that there was adequate sewer and water available. So just very simply, but yes.
Thank you. And I believe you answered this when you were speaking to Mr. Franz, but if an apartment comes through Planning Commission, if the PUD were to pass, it is discretionary on the part of the Plan Commission as to whether or not to put the apartment through?
You would be making a recommendation
Yes,
to the town
it is a
council.
recommendation,
It
but
would be a
it's-
discretionary recommendation,
Okay.
just like a rezoning. That's the concept that has been laid out. So that recommendation, favorable, unfavorable, or no recommendation, would then also fall within the discretion of the town council. So they would be able to take your recommendation, agree with it, ignore it, or otherwise.
Okay. I'll take that one. Is this any apartment in South Village, or is it restricted only certain areas?
Any apartment proposed in the South Village PUD.
So any of the colors on that great page here?
That's
If
correct.
I wanted to build an apartment, if this PUD had passed, I would have to come through Planning Commission?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's just apartment, that's not all multifamily, that's just the
Correct.
apartment.
Correct.
Apartment complexes. So
Correct.
Townhomes.
That is correct.
Retirement, et cetera, are not. I got two questions. The preservation area, which predominantly is along the river there, or around the creek. I'm sorry. The preservation area, what's the long-term management for that? As far as invasive species, flood, predominantly invasive species and so forth.
Yeah.
Is that eventually going to go to the plan? Is that's kind of going to go to the Parks Department down the road?
I was so hoping someone would ask me a question that I could defer to Corey Sharp. You've now exceeded my knowledge on what would be planned for that area. Corey, I'll let you address that.
Good evening, Corey Sharp, the Director of the Redevelopment Commission. Mr. President, the plan for the preservation area, all of that property is currently owned by private property owners. And DPW and the parks certainly have standards for managing invasive species. I can work with those developers and property owners to make sure that that is an active pursuit for them in their management of that as we work towards development plan on future projects.
And then I had one more question on the South Village Review Board. Is there a way of getting someone from the Zionsville Architectural Review Committee on that, or that committee?
would be a great idea. I would probably, because there was quite a bit of back and forth on that, I would pose that question to the town council as a town council appointment. We expanded that. I think definitionally we chose not to do that, but that doesn't mean that an individual, an appointment by the town council or the mayor couldn't necessarily be on both.
Okay. Any other questions for the petitioner?
Yeah, do you have any? No. Okay. So I want to say I appreciate the mayor in his documentation to us, especially there at the very end, referencing the studies from 2014, 2012. I think there was 2 in there from 2012, 1 from 2021, referencing these PUD documents. So we have been kind of kicking this can for a while, it seems. And so I appreciate wanting to push something forward as far as that goes. I have so just for some frame of reference, and I apologize if I kind of skip around a little bit, but we said we took the Creekside development off of this PUD. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. From my understanding, Lot 15 is that Group 1001, and that is still included in this PUD. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll let you answer that.
Creekside, the Group 1001 property was included in the Dow PUD, and then it was pulled out of that, and Creekside PUD is north of 106th Street. And then it included the lot at Dahlia and 106th, and then all of the properties up and along Creekway.
Okay. At what point does this stop becoming the South Village and becomes kind of so far away from the village? Because I feel like this is almost 2 different things when we talk about the village and the south part of the village, and then we start to extend down. Is that to make up for some PUDs that we don't like or that were done incorrectly in the past, or?
I think when we started this project of creating a comprehensive vision for the South Village, we started looking at all of the existing documents, like the ones you've mentioned. We had several PUDs in place, and we had the Village Business District. We wanted to create a guiding document for developers to follow that was consistent with today's building standards, and make sure that it aligns with being eclectic like Main Street is. And some of the language in these former PUDs did not address that. So what we were trying to do is to combine all of those into one PUD underneath this new document. Pulling out the Creekside Corporate Park PUD, I don't think takes away from what we were trying to achieve, because the RDC is working very hard to sell all of those properties, and hopefully within the short term, we will no longer be talking about land use in Creekside because it will be a fully occupied corporate park.
Okay. So as being part of the RDC, I guess my question too is these lots and kind of the eyesores that a lot of people have talked about, as far as the lot there, on the corner of Sycamore Street or Main Street, it's been empty for a while. What do you think has stifled development since we've had to buy Creekside land? We're selling Creekside land at a pretty discounted rate in order to try and draw this development in with stuff, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm kind of trying to figure out why all of a sudden the push for all of these regulations on development that I see hasn't really been there in the first place.
Yeah, very good question, and I think you would, if you polled, don't go away, because there are a lot of factors that have gone into failed projects in that area. And, one is the price of the property. Two is the developable area. And, I would point, the biggest one is the market in terms of being able to pay that value for the property, partnered with some of the development standards, and then what the dollars look at the end. For a lot of developers, most, if not all, it's a math problem, right? And while that's not necessarily our concern whatsoever, we do have property owners that are the recipients of this potentially laid over PUD that have interests that have to be balanced. And so, I think, as we heard from somebody, Mr. Franz, who's got a lot more experience on the Plan Commission than I certainly do, his comment was a lack of vision in this area, if I recall correctly, and some development standards and a cohesive vision. And as trite as that may sound, I think that will help spur some development, and once it starts, I think we'll see a little bit more falling within the development standards that we've proposed.
Was there any communication or thought around utilizing these areas for, Zionsville, like the village is the heart of Zionsville, and Zionsville loves to be outside. Zionsville loves to be together. We love families coming together, a place to assemble, a place to draw people in, a place for experiences with their families and memories and opportunities like that. Rather than developing, row homes and commercial, did you guys explore the option of kind of a civic space, of a bigger green space that utilized, new parking and or parking garages, but somewhere to draw and keep people in?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would be remiss to not point out that I think that there was a committee that just met today to address parking. Is that correct? That committee had a kickoff meeting today. Absolutely. One of the difficulties that Zionsville faces in this area is acquiring the property. And that takes a lot of money. We know that the values in this area are enormously high. And, to acquire that civic space, not only do you have to set aside the dollars for the construction, you've got to set aside the dollars to acquire extremely expensive real estate. And there's a balancing there of having the AV to do that, having the bodies to utilize it, and property owner interests in the area. So yes, those were all looked at. Frankly, from an RDC standpoint, not something that the RDC was focused on in terms of acquiring open space or civic space for use.
Okay. I know in the past there has been some talk, at least from people that have kind of addressed the buildable area in town, that we're talking about having these, kind of taller buildings. Some of the development, from what I understand, that's stifled development, has been the actual buildable ground area. Is that, as far as the setbacks from the creeks and the flood zones that we've talked about, is that part of the reason for the height, or is it merely just kind of a numbers driven reason?
Yeah, I mean, it's all part of the math problem, right? Yes, and setbacks have been addressed. Corey can speak to those issues with a little bit more specificity than I. I believe, Corey, remind me, the Carter Building on Main Street, what's the height? I want to say that it's in excess of 48 feet. If that's not correct. I believe 51, if memory serves. So when we talk about some of the heights that we've tried to restrict, we're in that 35 feet to 48 feet, and we believe that's consistent and a good compromise with some of the setback zones of what we would see in and around Main Street.
Just for people as they walk out, do you know how tall this building is? I don't know if anybody in here, just for reference, I'm a very visual person, so just for reference as you walk out of here, it's considered 2 stories, so under your estimate would be, this building would be considered 28 feet, is that right?
Yeah, I would venture to say it's much taller than that. But I would hate
Yeah,
to
but
speculate a
it's-
guess.
Okay. I know parapet walls and the design and that sort of thing. So I very much appreciate the core reason behind this PUD as far as wanting Zionsville. And I think ultimately we all agree we want to keep the aesthetics of Zionsville, and the habit that my wife and I have is to go eat in the village and then walk around. And we absolutely love the landscaping. I think that is such a huge touch. We love the mix of modern and, traditional and, the historic homes that are down there. I feel like something that needs to be taken into more consideration is the fact that we do have a comprehensive plan going on right now. And the one that everything is based off right now, I'm taking my oldest to college this year, and the comprehensive plan that we're based off of was done when I was a senior in high school. So, I think that we have amazing people that live in this town that come from so many different backgrounds, walks of life, levels of, creativity that we cannot comprehend. And I think that not allowing them an opportunity to take part in this through the comprehensive plan, which I will plug right now, take a pause, uniquelyzionsville.com. Please go to that website for the comprehensive plan. There are multiple meetings that we're going to be having for like town hall meetings where we want your input in that. So please, please, please take advantage of that. But I guess when you guys are doing these two things coinciding with each other, what ultimately led to the decision to say, let's take the money to do this PUD, but we're also at the same time doing a comprehensive plan? What was the thought process behind not combining those two?
Well, I think there are two completely separate processes. And one, knowing what PUDs are out there, what zoning ordinances that apply that we don't like, this PUD is frankly a bit defensive, right? A comprehensive plan. I don't know what I think the county is going through the same process, and I think they would hope to have theirs in effect in 2 years. I think they're hoping for 18 months. I don't believe that this area can wait that long to have some sort of unified development laid over it.
Yeah.
Would love for those to be hand in hand. Now, as you know, a comprehensive plan is somewhat of a guidance, and while our current comp plan has got some dust on it, it's been amended a number of times, but we believe that this goes further than what the comprehensive plan would, and we believe this has got more detail, more soup to nuts analysis in it than what the comprehensive plan is or will be. And frankly, we would anticipate the comprehensive plan taking a look at this document and using it as the basis for the vision in that area.
Yeah, I definitely think this is very helpful for that process for sure. I think allowing that community-driven input is big. I actually asked staff today, should this PUD have been in place for just the last 5 years, how many developers or how much development would have gone on to where it would need to go through the new, the new committee that's being formed? It was less than on one hand. And so when you look back, I think historically, if you've lived around here long enough, there's not a massive drive for development. So I think that affords us a little bit more of an opportunity to get some clarification, in my opinion, on the traffic study, because if we don't have a good flow, then the town doesn't have a good flow to it. It's not very welcoming. And I think that would also open up an opportunity potentially for some better development so that those numbers work better. Just in my opinion, if you can move some things around potentially to make it flow better, you open up potentially better land use options for the developers so that those numbers do work. That's kind of one of my kind of big concerns with the traffic part.
Just looking at some old notes, I found I believe the height of the Carter Building or Noah Grants is 41 feet.
Noah Grants is 41 feet? Okay, perfect. I appreciate that, just for that visual reference. And then as far as, I know it's been brought up as far as like affordable housing, from the language that I see in this PUD, that area will be anything but affordable. So I just want to make sure that that people understand that, which I appreciate, because people that live in Zionsville have a certain level of expectation. And I think that it's our jobs up here to understand what that expectation level is and to welcome what that is. And I think that in just pushing something through without allowing the entire community this unique opportunity we have with the comprehensive plan going on at the same time may be a target we feel missed.
Yeah, and I think that I think that's a point well taken. We tried to take a half step towards that with some of the standards that were set out in the document, and then we went ahead and took a full step and said, anytime an apartment is part of a project, it's got to come back to you and then to the town council.
And my last thing, I apologize, I don't mean to take up a bunch of time. Is there a way, and I don't know this, is there a way to say if this is not favorable, if this is whatever that vote is, whether it gets to the town council, is there a way to unanimously agree that this PUD is necessary in defense and protection of our town, but we want to hold off for whatever that time is, whether it's for the end of the comp plan or to, finalize this in a way where we don't feel rushed? Is there a way to unanimously say, hey, anything that does come in does need to kind of be flagged as something that's in the South Village?
Well, unlike the comment where I treaded onto very thin ice from Mr. Plopper, I will tell you that that's well above my pay grade. I don't want to speculate what the decision makers would do with regard to conditioning this on other items. My hope would be, I think this is a well thought out, well balanced document. My thought is that we would have a favorable recommendation from you all this evening, and the town council in the coming months would take a look at this.
Thank you.
I've got one additional point of clarification. In the meeting today, someone stated that the Cove, which is currently, initially the PUD was called for 24 units, could be much more denser than that. Can you clarify and correct that statement if it needs correcting?
Yes, thank you. The Cove PUD served as the foundation for the language that was written in this current PUD, and 24 units is the maximum number of units for the Cove.
Okay, thank you.
I've got one final question. It may be more appropriate for staff, I don't know. But I noticed that one of the exhibits that was submitted with the petition for this evening's consideration, there was a TAC letter from April when this first came to our attention. There's no TAC letter with this current petition for this evening's consideration. So given the changes to the proposal, do you feel it's necessary that TAC gives the project additional consideration before we take it up for vote?
I would defer to staff on that, but I think that would be we had a staff report. I guess I'm not sure when you're mentioning a TAC letter, I would see that as coming further down the road. Am I missing something?
Yeah, no, I actually can answer that. We like to take rezones to our technical advisory committee for their review so that they can look at the generalities, because it is a rezone and it's typically some generalities in there. But the technical advisory committee can look and say, hey, listen, this area here is extremely sensitive. You're going to want to watch out when you get to develop this area there may be wetlands here, or this is a floodplain here, or the infrastructure may or may not be fully in place. So you're going to have to make sure that water and sewer is there. So those are the general type of comments that we like to give to developers in rezone petitions like these, so that they see some big issues that might be on the horizon for them. Since this is just a land use question, the rezone, when a project comes forward, then it will also go through that technical review. And at that point, we'll look at number of units, and do you have enough parking, and what's your landscaping look like, and your building elevations, and all of those. And that also gets a technical review.
Any other questions from Planning Commission?
I do. Mrs. Carpenter raised a request that we consider a condition that no buildings be erected on top of Main Street. Is that something that you guys could get behind?
So if I understand, what you're saying is that no building could actually be constructed on the bricks?
Well,
I'm not
I'm
quite.
taking a remonstrator's question, and so forgive me, I'm going to ask her if I asked what she meant to ask us.
And while she's coming up, I would, well, I'm not sure.
So my request is that we protect all of Main Street, not just the bricks, but all of Main Street from Ash to 106th Street. I think it's important, as we've all talked about, especially as you spoke today, about navigating the downtown and all the historic fabric that we talked about this evening, that we make an effort to protect it by not allowing buildings to be erected upon any section of it, bricks or not.
That is my question.
Okay. So I don't think that's something that I would feel comfortable. I'm not quite sure I understand those parameters. There are a lot of private property rights that I would be stepping well out into that we don't have control over, the town, the RDC, or the Plan Commission.
Forgive me, the town doesn't have a control whether or not somebody builds a building on top
Well,
of a public street?
there are private property rights, and what I'm getting to is I'm not quite sure I would understand that in conjunction with a traffic study. And so I want to be very careful in, I guess I'm not quite sure, of course, someone can't build on a public street, a building. And I guess I was seeing more of her comment as an anecdotal one of, hey, let's make sure we're looking out for Main Street. If there's going to be a traffic study and there's road is realigned or rerouted or redone, I don't know what that kind of commitment would mean relative to redoing a road. And so I'm not quite sure I understand. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it. But I would certainly leave that within the discretion of the Plan Commission and Town Council and other bodies to make that decision. Relative to the PUD, I don't know that I would find a place for it in the document that would spell out no buildings allowed on Main Street. I wouldn't think you would allow a building on a public way. I think the current zoning ordinance would prohibit that if I'm understanding the circumstance.
Well, I'll ask Mrs. Carpenter for another clarification, because I'm trying to get to it, too.
I don't mean it anecdotally, I mean it actually. I think that what we're trying to do here is protect an area of Zionsville, and there is no more important area to me and my business and in my family and my community than what we have on Main Street. And so I think it's absolutely critical that we protect it. And I would appreciate your consideration in doing that in the PUD.
I'm going to quote the mayor in saying that I've heard him say several times, no bricks will be touched. So I think from the standpoint of changing the right-of-way fabric, working within the bricks, that is the complete intent of this document, to not touch the bricks. So I think that is there are no bricks to the south. So from Sycamore north, to not touch the bricks, not change the parking, and not work within the right-of-way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, any more questions, discussion among ourselves?
I think I have a couple of questions for staff. I'll try to keep it very brief. In the south, mixed use, what's being proposed is mixed use south. Is it fair to say that majority of the acreage there, it's currently classified as B2? Is that, or what are we changing from? What I'm getting at is there some kind of project that is going to be prohibited that is far worse than what people are afraid of, that's being proposed in the petition that is being prohibited by the mixed use south classification? I mean, my understanding with B2 is you can build wholesale, retail type of businesses. So, like, in other words, you could, what's prohibiting someone from proposing a Walmart right now?
Sure, well, they'd have to meet the development standards for lot size and setbacks and all of that, but yeah, with this PUD, it would allow some of those B2 businesses, but then prohibit some of the ones that would currently be allowed in the B2 district.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know where we are procedurally, but I heard at least 2 remonstrators request a continuance. So I think we need to discuss that before we discuss taking up a vote.
There does seem to be some open-ended questions here. I was trying to, hopefully we would get to the level of a vote tonight. However, you are correct. There was I heard two requests for continuances from 2 individuals.
These are purely discretionary continuance. I mean, we have we have discretion over approving these. These are not mandatory. So.
You are correct, yes.
Josh, could you explain to me what questions that you see as open that might get answered with another 30 days?
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Most, 95% of my questions have been answered. Does anyone feel like another 30 days is going to get more things resolved here?
My thoughts are is the town is requesting a up or down vote, a recommendation today. So my thoughts are is they feel like they're at the point where they're ready to go. It doesn't sound to me like anything that was raised tonight was going to, spur them to modify this further. I mean, that's the indication I got.
I think the only thing that, and I do agree with what you say. I think the only thing that I potentially have questions about is how major the traffic flow is going to affect everything.
Forgive me, that isn't a reason for continuance. That is not going to get solved in the next even 90 days.
Yeah.
Right. I don't see, forgive me for interrupting.
No,
again,
no,
but, but I don't see how continuance helps solve that issue.
Yeah.
Any more conversation?
Was what was presented, and I apologize, what was presented in a change today, was that reflected in what had been sent out to the public? No.
It's not even, some of the changes, my understanding, and there are people here that can tell me, is changes were made that aren't even reflected in the document in front of us.
That would be, something to consider.
It is.
Does that have to be included? Does the new language have to be included in our motion? If we, that,
I would think so, but perhaps staff or Dan can weigh in on that.
on the Dow property, specifically the language on the Dow property, do we have to include that in a motion?
I believe so, yes.
I think you should, and I think that's what staff indicated.
What was that the only, major, what were the changes? Could they restate the changes again real quickly?
Yes, so there was one change that was made, and that was to allow that on the southeast corner of Zionsville Road and 106th, that residential uses would not be permitted.
What prompted that change?
That was the only change?
Various discussions, and frankly, by way of background, that was initially going to be done through a special exception in that area. And when the commitment language was added to move apartments into a town plan commission, then town council approval process, that sort of became watered down. And so we basically just pulled that out of the BZA special exception process, and we felt it better to change it, but said, look, we don't want, in studying it in the area, we just said we don't want residential in that area at all.
And that's the only change that was made from the document?
Correct.
Okay.
The removal of Creekside, I believe, is reflected in the document.
Absolutely, that was
Yeah.
done with the filing.
Thank
So
you.
the only
Right.
change post-filing, so last week, to be clear, was what we believe to be a much more restrictive use, it's saying on that southeast corner, no residential. Residential is not a permitted use.
On what's commonly referred to as the Dow property.
Correct.
Well, I am inclined to support the PUD as a defensive measure as to what could be developed there without that. I could, and I guess will make mild complaint that the last time the petitioner was in front of us, we were going to have everything in front of us several days before without changes. That isn't the way it's turned out, but 30 more days, I don't think I gain any more understanding than I've gained tonight. A number of people in Zionsville have come out and spoken very eloquently tonight, and they've impressed upon the town the nature of these developments should match what we do in the village business district, what it goes along Main Street. Match is too strong of a word, but be well integrated with. And so if we pass this, Bud, I encourage town staff, developers, town administration to hold true to your word on that, because it's very hard in a document to write.
Please, please, folks, please.
Thank you, Josh. It's very hard in a document to write down every possible contingency and what things should exactly look like. We've elected some folks, and we need to trust that they will administer such things appropriately.
Yeah, this is a very unique PUD. I think we've identified that being a town-driven PUD without a large, for lack of a better word, anchor or development coming into it already. So there's a level of faith and trust being put on the town on this. But I do appreciate everyone who spoke tonight, all the hours that have been put in from every conceivable direction on this. This has been a big project, and it's not being taken lightly by anybody. So, is there any other comments, concerns?
Look, I guess with the removal and looking at it right now on the east side, so somebody had said, and I apologize, I can't recall who said it, as you are coming into Zionsville from the south on Zionsville Road, with not having the residential buffer for the line of sight that we've talked about. You could theoretically drive past some homes and be met with a 65-foot tall at the street structure. Is that correct, with just that little bit of setback? Or, and then on the other side of the street, it would be 48 feet with homes in front?
Yeah, I don't believe that the height restrictions would allow that.
In the dark purple, right?
Correct.
The 26 to 62? If the yellow, I don't know if the map can be put back up or not.
Mr. Rust, may we use the Elmo, please? This is the current height map that's in the document, and that has been posted in the packet. The referenced area that Mr. Jacobs mentioned at the beginning of his presentation is located here, which is the Taylor Oil property. That property is limited to a height ranging between 26 and 48 feet. The yellow that you see, that is the buffer along Zionsville Road and 106th Street, has a maximum height of 35 feet. So as you're driving down the street, you will have a potential of a maximum height of 35 feet up against the street. And that's to create a human scale experience rather than, like you mentioned, a 62-foot building up against the street. This dark area, purple, it does have a range of up to 62 feet. The Group 1001 building is 62 feet up to the top of the mechanical units today. It is an average of 51 feet up to the top of the building today. The current Dow property, or the Dow PUD, allows, as Mr. Jacobs mentioned earlier, up to 100 feet. So we are reducing the height restrictions. The language in the PUD does refer to the parking garages that says 48 feet permitted is on the first floor. And that would be basically up here in the blue or down here, up to 48 feet. It then clarifies that language in the height. It states on number 6, north of the creek, the height of the building may exceed 35 feet up to a maximum height of 48 feet if a parking garage is on the first floor. However, no height exceptions will be allowed in the 35-foot wide height buffer shown in yellow on the following map. So regardless of a parking garage or not, the maximum height along Zionsville Road up to Sycamore Street is 35 feet.
Okay.
Ma'am, please. I'm sorry, we're trying to get this thing wrapped up. It's not open to the public. You guys, we've had our chance on this. So you'll have an opportunity at town council meeting if you, at the next meeting. Any more discussion, comments?
I will say if any Plain Commission member wishes to make a motion to continue, I would support it. I just again ask, what will we learn in the next 30 days that we don't know now?
I make a motion to continue to, simply because I feel like with what we are doing with the comprehensive plan right now, while I know they are two different things, there's an opportunity for these to coincide. That would be my reason.
And that's a continuance to the August 18th? 19th meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there discussion?
Discussion? Yeah, my comment on that is the comprehensive plan is gonna be 12 to 18 months out. I just don't see how we wanna hold this up. I think the comprehensive plan is going to encompass, what this is anyway. So I don't think that, as I said earlier, this can proceed without the comprehensive plan being completed, is how I would put it.
Kendra, could you help me understand how a 30-day continuance gets this and the comprehensive plan aligned?
I mean, I think it gives time. They came in and kind of made a change late, but are there specific questions to be answered? I cannot honestly say that. Yes, there is question 1, 2, and 3 to be answered. I just feel like a project like this deserves as much community involvement as possible, and it seems like there's a lot of community involvement, and I wanted to give them the opportunity to reach out to their representatives for the town, and go through that due diligence process. But
Well,
I think that a lot of the questions that we could possibly think of are centered in hypotheticals and would be questions that are to be addressed when specific projects actually do come before the commission, when we actually have a building to consider. Right now, we're just looking at standards, and I've always thought that this is the best way for the town to take control of this area, to preserve consistency and try to hold on to the charm that we love and hold so dear. So, I'm frustrated at the process. We get our packets late. We have a lot of material to digest in a very short amount of time. But I do see cooperation happening. And as much as I'd like to kick the can down the road, I think it is time to consider this and move it on to the legislative body.
I'll withdraw my second.
Do I have another second then?
I committed to vote for it. I didn't commit to second.
Okay. Seeing no second, motion fails. I'll entertain another motion.
Well, here it goes, I guess. I move that docket number 2024-21-Z to rezone approximately 128 acres from the 7 zoning districts referenced earlier in the staff report to the South Village Planned Unit Development District receive a favorable recommendation as presented and based upon the findings in the staff report and subject to the condition that at the southeast corner of 106 in Zionsville, an area commonly referred to as the Dow property, no residential uses will be permitted.
Is there a second?
A second.
We can go on to a roll call now.
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Nick Plopper,
Aye.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis,
nay.
Mary Grabanowski,
Aye.
David Franz,
Aye.
Cindy Madrick, absent. Motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1.
5 to 1. All right. On to the, actually, we're going to take 5 minutes for letting folks clear the room, and if anyone needs a bathroom break, anything along those lines, you can race me to the restroom. Thank you, Josh. Of course. Is my timer going off? All right, let's resume where we were here. Docket number 2024-32-MP, the Maples Minor Residential Subdivision Primary Plat, address 7860 South, County Road 850 East, minor subdivision plat to divide 67.15 acres into 3 single-family resident lots in the RE zoning district. Can we get the staff report, please?
Sure, thank you. The first slide here shows the site location. It's between I-865 and 96th Street down here. Here's the total acreage. Cooper Road, or 850 East, is on this location. Sorry. There are 2 existing zoning, RE. This did go to the BZA last month for a special exception to allow a minor residential subdivision to occur in the RE district. This property does propose a 3-lot subdivision. Lot 3 is here, Lot 1 and Lot 2. These lots describe existing homes. Everything on this the plat complies with the ordinance. The drainage is in place, the lot sizes match. Existing access for the existing homes are along Cooper Road. There's no home on the remainder of the property, so access, if a future home is developed here, could come off of Cooper Road or 96th Street, whichever. Rights of way are all intact. In short, this complies with all of the plat requirements, and we are recommending that you approve it with no conditions because the final letter from engineering said everything's fine.
Great. Any questions for staff? All right, is the petitioner present?
Stacy Walton, 5921 Cadillac Drive, Speedway, Indiana, 46224. Docket number 2024-32MP. On behalf of Cross County Consulting and my client Larry Summers, we're requesting approval for a 3-lot minor plat referred to as the Maples. Site is located at 7860 South County Road 850 East. It consists of 67 acres. I believe that we have addressed all of staff's comments, and the only thing that we were waiting on was special exception approval, which was approved at the last BZA meeting July 3rd. Thank you.
Is there members of the public who would like to speak on this petition? All right, seeing none. Commissioners, any questions, concerns, comments for the petitioner or staff?
I've had some people who've commented that they're concerned that in the future they'll want to take the 58-acre lot and subdivide it more heavily than what it is now, but that would have to come back to us in order to do that.
Correct. Yes, for rezone. Yeah.
So that's. Are there plans to do that?
I'm not the owner. I know my client's going to donate it to charities.
Okay.
So I don't know, once those charities, what they do with. I can't talk on behalf of them. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anybody willing to make a motion?
I move the docket 2024-32-MP, approval of minor residential subdivision dividing 67.5 acres into a 3-lot subdivision in the rural equestrian district be approved based on the findings in the staff report, staff recommendation, and submitted findings of fact as presented and discussed.
Second.
Mike, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis. Aye. Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Cindy Madrick. Not present. David Franz.
Aye.
Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Moving on. Docket number 2023-39-DP. Kerry Bowman, Stroller Roofing Office Building. Address of the project is 5898 South, 700 East. Petition for development plan approval for the expansion of a parking area for a roofing business being in the rural single-family residential R1 district. Staff report, please.
Thank you. As mentioned, this is a development plan petition for the expansion of a parking area. On the screen before you, I have the location map for orientation. This is County Road 700 East, and the site is one of two existing residential lots right in this area. Immediately to the east of the site is Zionsville Fire Department number 93. To the north of the residential lots is the Zionsville Youth Soccer Association fields. To the west of the site, this is Whitestown's jurisdiction, not Zionsville, but Whitestown. And then immediately to the south of the site is the Boys and Girls Club of Boone County. The site is zoned R1. And again, the site is improved with an existing, had been a residence, but the request is to convert the single-family residence into an office for a roofing business. This project received a use variance to permit the use and a development standards variance to reduce the south buffer yard from the required level D to a level A3. The development plan approval is for the expansion of the parking area located behind the residence to accommodate staff parking for the roofing business. I've oriented this drawing so that, again, north is up, and this is County Road 700 East. There is a shared drive that provides access for the residence to the north, which is to remain a residence, but the building to the south, which had been a residence, is to be used for the Stoller Roofing business. And the parking field back behind them is what is causing the need for this development plan. Again, what would be needed, well, let me go through 3 items of interest on this project. First, the thoroughfare plan for County Road 700 East calls for this to be a 55-foot half right-of-way, but the Boone County Highway Department and the town's Department of Public Works have agreed to accept a 40-foot half right-of-way at this time, with the condition that when either of the currently owned Kerry Bauman properties, that being the subject site and the existing residence to the north, he owns both of these parcels. When either of the currently owned Bauman properties is redeveloped, the full 55-foot half right-of-way will be required at that time. The second item of interest is that, again, I mentioned that they've received a development standards variance for reduction in the required buffer yard here along the south. That was just approved by the BZA earlier this month. So because of that, compliant landscape plan has not been able to be provided yet, but a requirement would be for one to be provided. And finally, the owner of the property or their designee must take the necessary steps to convert the structure from a Class 2 residential structure to a Class 1 commercial structure. This is something that is not part of the zoning approval, but it is something when a building is converted from residential use to a commercial use, Department of Homeland Security gets involved, and there might be certain upgrades that are required for the structure. And that's just one of the requirements that is noted by staff. Regarding our recommendation, staff supports conditional approval of the submitted development plan, subject to the items noted within the staff comment letter, including the submittal of a compliant landscape plan, compliant exterior lighting, and that the owner or their designee take the necessary steps to convert the structure from the Class 2 residential structure to a Class 1 commercial structure. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have for me. I'll give IT a heads up. I believe Mr. Bauman was going to be joining us by way of Zoom.
Any questions for staff? Is the petitioner online present?
I am. I don't know if my video is working or not, though.
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Kerry Bowman. I am the owner of 5898 South, 700 East. And yeah, I'm just trying to walk this through the appropriate processes for us to allow some business offices in this 1,700 square foot single story home and move to the parking spaces to the back of the house.
Is there any questions for the petitioner? Members of the public who would like to speak on behalf of this petition? Yeah, I'm sorry. Come up to the podium, I'm sorry.
Just my name or address? I don't know.
Name and address, please.
Okay, not a problem. No, it's Brad Nick, 1141 Huntington Woods Point. Just a quick question. Will there be permanent parking of vehicles behind this building? I mean, it is a commercial business at this point, so is there any concern from the zoning board about permanent vehicles being located? He said staff parking, but it's a construction business, so I'd assume that having vehicles parked back there, and if there is any concern by you guys that, I hate to say it, it becomes a parking lot full of roofing trucks. And I'm just asking as a general question of the public, so I apologize. Thank you.
Would the petitioner like to respond?
They will not be parking their roofing trucks here. This is just for their offices.
Any members of the planning commission comment?
Point of clarification, the parking area that's currently in use that adjoins 700 East, I think, is that going to be taken away and it's all moving behind the structure?
I'll be glad to address that. Thank you very much. I failed to mention that. The parking area that does exist currently and is accessed directly from County Road 700 East, that is to be removed.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2023-39-DP, a development plan for the expansion of a parking area for a roofing business within the rural single-family residential District B, approved based on the findings of fact in the staff report and subject to the following conditions of approval. Resolution of the items noted within the staff comment letter, Exhibit 5, submittal of a compliant landscape plan, dedication of a 40-foot half right-of-way to the satisfaction of the Boone County Highway Department, compliance with exterior lighting standards, and conversion of the structure from a Class 2 residential structure to a Class 1 commercial structure pursuant to applicable building codes and permitting procedures.
Second.
Mike, can we get a roll call?
Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Moving
Thank you.
forward. Actually, I'm sorry, we need to make a motion to suspend rules since it is 10:02, and I promise I'll try to get us out of here as fast as we can. But I
So
need-
moved.
So moved, second. Mike, will you take roll call for us?
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, moving forward. On to new business, docket 2024-41-RP, TTC Real Estate Replat, 5155 West Old 106th Street, replat. Petition to merge two existing commercial lots into a single lot totaling 13.7 plus or minus acres in the urban general industrial I-2 district. Staff report, please.
If I could, I'd like to do this petition along with the next one because they are
Perfect.
related together.
Let me introduce the other one then as well. docket number 2024-42-DPA, TTC Real Estate Development Plan, address of 5155 West Old 106th Street, Development Plan Amendment for the surface parking area to be added to the existing facility of a 6.63 acres in the Urban General Industrial I-2 District. Go ahead, staff report, please.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, these are two companion petitions. One is for replat, the other is for a development plan amendment. On the screen before you is a location map, and as for orientation, here running east-west is 106th Street. Just south of that is the old 106th Street, and then running north-south along what is the eastern edge of the site is Bennett Parkway. The site, the overall site for the replat consists of two parcels. The dividing line of the current parcels is this orange line. So we have a northern parcel and a southern parcel. The replat is to merge these two lots into one. This is somewhat interesting because when this site was originally platted as part of the Ripburger Business Park, this entire area, these two lots were one lot. They were known as Lot 3. Since then, they were split into two, and again, the request is to now put them back together as one in the same configuration that they were originally platted. So from there, again, I'm jumping forward. This is zoning map showing that the property is zoned I-2 urban, as well as those that are immediately to the east of the site. To the west of the site is RSF2, and to the north, excuse me, portion of the area is PUD, but then we also have some I-1, I believe, to the north. Again, this is the existing plat that shows the two lots. Again, here's the dividing line. The next drawing, this is the request to merge the two back into one. So now I can actually get to the development plan request, which is the site plan, where on the existing lot we have the Business of Landscapes Unlimited. They are a landscaping company, and their office is located at this is what I'm showing on the map. They have a parking field up here and close to the building. They then also have some parking area for labor back in this cleared area. Their desire, and what the development plan is requesting, is for approval to establish a new parking lot, a fully surfaced and striped parking lot, landscaped in this portion of the site, which would be then connected for pedestrian use by way of a crushed stone path, again leading from the parking area to the business. I'm going to go to the next slide, which zooms in a little bit tighter onto the parking area. Here you can see the sole point of access into the new parking area would be off of Bennett Parkway. Again, we've got a number of angled parking. The total parking count for the new area would be 47 spaces. There are handicap spaces not in this area, but over closer to the main building. So now going back to this, again, we're looking at 47 spaces. The petitioner has submitted a compliant landscape plan for this. Staff's position is favorable for approval from the Planning Commission to replat and merge the two existing industrially zoned lots into a single lot. For the development plan amendment, staff supports conditional approval of the submitted development plan amendment, subject to the resolution of outstanding review items identified by the engineering comment letter, which is provided as an exhibit. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff?
The only question I have is, in this area, have they, is there going to be any sort of signage that prohibits semis from going in and causing kind of either a mess to their parking lot and or that area?
That's a good question. No signage is proposed for this. Because this area is fairly wide open, I think it would be very surprising for a semi-driver to take the wrong turn and go in here, but no signage is proposed at this time. If they would want to put up something like signage to prohibit that, they could post permitted signs. There's certain signage area that is permitted here. They just haven't proposed any at this time. If they would want to do that, they would just have to submit those drawings to our department for an improvement location permit, which would be reviewed by staff. It would not need to come before you as long as it was compliant signage.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
I have one. Is there another point of ingress and egress getting to the to-be combined parcel? I think I see one maybe a little further south.
Let me back up on the aerial photo. Okay, this lot, I'm going to go back one more. There we go. This lot had been proposed for the development of a new building, which received development plan approval a couple of years ago. And they actually started construction on that new building. There was a point of access onto that lot at about this location where the hand is moving. Again, construction of that building has ceased. They have even applied for and received a demolition permit for the foundations that were poured there, so that all of that will be removed, and all of this is now going to be combined into a single lot. So there has been a point of access here on the southern end of this lot. That because there's been no proposal made for improvement of this area of the lot, there's no request for another point of access at this time.
It's none of my business, but I wouldn't want to be transporting heavy steel into my new parking lot.
Any other questions for staff? Is the petitioner present? State your name and address, please.
Evan West, 6217 North Temple Avenue, Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm here on behalf of TTC Real Estate. I work for Landworks Engineering, and we were the site civil engineer on the project. Sorry. Roger summed it up so well, and it's been a late night. I guess we are requesting for the combination of lots 3A and 3B of the Rittberger Business Park subdivision, and we are also requesting a development plan amendment for the construction of a parking lot to serve the existing Landscape Unlimited business off of 5155 Old 106th Street.
Great. Is there any questions for the petitioner? I'm sorry, I'm skipping myself there. Any members of the public would like to speak on this petition? All right, is there any question for the petitioner from the commission? Sorry, it is getting to be a late night, yes. Seeing none, anybody, staff, nothing? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Again, as a reminder, we have two different petitions that each would require its own motion.
You want us to do
I
number?
should say two motions, I'm
Number
sorry.
41 first?
Sure.
I'll take that one. I move to approve that docket number 2024-41-RP, a replat petition to merge two existing commercial lots into a single lot. The urban general industrial I-2 district be approved as presented based on the findings of fact included in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Seconded by Mary.
Mike, can we get a roll call, please?
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Unanimously approved.
Motion passes. Do I have a motion on the second?
Move that docket number 2024-42-DP development plan for a surface parking area to be added to existing facilities on an existing parcel of 6.63 plus or minus acres, being in the urban general industrial I-2 district, be conditionally approved based on the findings in the staff report and the staff recommendations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I think I need to finish the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Conditionally approved based on the findings in the staff report, staff recommendations, the submitted findings of fact, and subject to resolution of outside review items identified by the engineering comment letter, Exhibit 6, and any noted during the meeting.
Now do I have a second?
Second.
Ooh.
Guys are fast here. Mike, can we get a roll call,
Yes.
please?
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, congratulations, welcome, and moving forward. Docket number 2024-40-DP, Atwater Self-Storage Facility, 7250 West Oak Street. Development plan for a self-storage facility of approximately 81,000 square feet of climate-controlled and 30,000 square feet of non-climate-controlled facilities on 10 point plus or minus acres in the rural general business district. A special exemption has been approved. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, I'll be presenting
Okay.
today on behalf of Owen Young, who wrote the staff report for you this evening. National Retail Development LLC, slide 1. Yes, we're on slide 1. National Retail Development LLC is requesting this development plan for a self-storage facility on 10 plus or minus acres in the Rural General Business GB District. The site's located at 7250 West Oak Street on the north side of Oak Street, east of Stonegate Drive. They're seeking this development plan to construct a self-storage facility consisting of about 81,000 square feet of climate-controlled square foot building and 30,000 square feet of non-climate controlled square footage. The site would be accessed from Oak Street with an emergency access driveway from within the Atwater development to the west of the site. Staff has found that the project does conform to our zoning code with a few exceptions. On slide 4, the petitioner has submitted a landscape plan that mostly complies with the town's landscape regulations, with the exception of the items referenced in the staff comments in Exhibit 5 of the staff report. So if you were to go to Exhibit 5 within the staff report, you'll see that there is a list of staff comments resulting from the Technical Advisory Committee. Within that document, within Exhibit 5, you'll see, I believe on pages 3 through 5, a list of what Owen calls deficiencies in both the landscaping and buffer yard requirements. Staff believes that those deficiencies, however, can be resolved at the permitting process. Slide 5, with regard to lighting, the applicant has submitted a lighting plan that does not include the future signage lighting. In other words, there will be illuminated or internally illuminated signage as this project progresses. And the lighting plan, the photometric plan that was submitted, does not account for this additional lighting that would come from the signage. So within staff's recommendation for this project, we are going to recommend that the project, that the applicant submit a photometric plan that also includes the signage. So we believe that the signage is cumulative and that it's a submittal requirement anyway for signage that they submit a landscape plan. So at the permitting stage, they submit a new photometric plan that includes the exterior lighting. With regard to, and also with regard to lighting, this being in the rural zoning district, there are not specific lighting standards for this area, for this particular zoning district. However, in the urban district, there are specific lighting standards. So we are recommending that the town, as a condition of approval, require this project to adhere to the urban light trespass standards referenced in section 194.113B14. This is an urbanized area of the town. It is adjacent to single-family homes and other commercial uses. So we do believe that even though there are not specific lighting standards for this particular site, being in a rural area, the town should apply the urban standards. With regard to signage, slide 6, thank you, Roger. The petitioner has submitted a signage package with this proposal. The signage will be subject to a plan review as part of the sign permitting process. Though staff recommends the sign lighting plan be subject to compliance with the town's urban lighting standards, which I mentioned earlier. So getting back to signage, subject to the separate sign permit application process for permitting for signage, and then verifying that the lighting stemming from that signage comply with the urban standards for exterior lighting. With regard to connectivity, slide 7. Thank you, Roger. There is, you'll see here in this exhibit, an extension of an access easement. Stonegate Drive is also designated as an emergency access. So there's a proposed emergency access on the west side of the site, entering the Stonegate development. The applicant has requested a commitment. So normally pedestrian connectivity is required would be required along Whitestown Parkway. The applicant has requested a commitment to allow the future owners to pay for and construct that public pathway once the adjoining pathways have been extended to the site. So in other words, right now there is no sidewalk on either side of the site along the Oak Street frontage. The applicant would like the town to grant them permission to defer or delay construction of the required sidewalk until such time as the sidewalks are constructed to the east and west of that road frontage.
Just out of curiosity, I apologize. Who enforces that or ensures that that is completed?
Roger, do you have a
Fortunately, our DPW section, they keep track of that. They even have mapping that, because this is not the only project where sidewalks are being deferred, but it is becoming an item that I know that just among staff in our department, we've thought we need to start monitoring that as well, not to solely rely upon DPW, not that they can't do it. It's just that for future projects that may come under consideration, we need to be aware of what has been deferred and so it can be addressed.
Okay, and that's done both commercially and residentially when we do like a minor subdivision and there's a pathway requirement, that's all tracked as well?
It is, yes. I'll stop there.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Roger. So again, in Exhibit 5, there are some outstanding issues, but none of these we believe it should be a showstopper for this project. Staff recommends conditional approval of this project based on the findings of fact in the staff report and the staff recommendations, including the recording of a public pathway commitment that we just spoke about, and subject to the items that are referenced in the comment letter in Exhibit 5. And I will make note that we have received a letter of interest submitted by Dr. Angelo M. Julovic, dated today, that you can find as a link on the tablet.
I'm sorry, is it, I'm reading that.
That's all for me now.
Is the petitioner present?
I'm here. Matt Price, with attorney at Denton's, on behalf of the petitioner. I'd like to just introduce a couple of the folks who are with me here this evening. I have Dave Soto, who's the project lead, Jeff Hines, also here. And then we have participating virtually our civil engineering team and our architect, all of which are available to, or all of whom are available to answer any questions that you have. And I do want to say thank you also for suspending your rules and allowing us to continue to conduct business. This is a project that has been in various stages of review for just about a year. When we started the process, we had our first Plan Commission hearing last fall. It was approved by the Town Council this winter, and then we received our special exception approval back in March, which brings us to this development plan stage. Let me just say at the outset, too, that we very much agree with the staff report. I can help add some texture to that as we go through the presentation. If you go to the next slide. Mike Dale did an excellent job of giving you an overview, but this is what the subject property looks like. It's a little over 10 acres. It's a bit of an eyesore right in front of the Stonegate community. The predominant feature on the property is that large metal barn, a great deal of overgrowth, as well as very tall high-tension transmission lines that bisect the property. If you go to the next slide. That's basically the history of what brought us here today. If you go to the next slide. This shows you some of the existing conditions that are present on the property as of this winter. There's a considerable amount of vegetation that overgrows the property during this time of year, so you're not able to see as much of this, but it's all still there, just covered by the weeds and overgrowth that are on the property. Go to the next slide. And then that's a picture of the transmission lines that kind of run through the center of the property. Go to the next slide. One of the things that we're very proud of is in working with this property, we worked very closely with the Property Owners Association for Stonegate and negotiated a set of commitments that were beneficial to the community. I can highlight just a few of those, but one is limiting the access point to the west to emergency access only, not using the name Stonegate in connection with the business. We worked carefully to put together a landscaping package that surrounds the property, which I can talk more in detail about. We worked very closely with the Homeowners Association regarding the orientation, size, and building materials for the structures. We also agreed that lighting would consist of downward directed wall packs, which are on motion sensors only to be respectful of any kind of ambient light. And then we also agreed to, as part of the rezoning process, limited hours of operation, which are published there. And these are all in writing and part of written commitments that are recorded against the property and enforceable by the town and by adjoining property owners. It's on the town's prescribed form. If you go to the next slide. This is the landscaping plan, and as Mr. Dale mentioned, the staff report indicates that there are additional plantings that need to be made, and I can talk a little bit about why that is. In part, it's because if you look at those areas that are shaded in dark green and some of the trees that are identified in yellow, those are part of a tree study that we did to identify those plantings that could be preserved and counted towards our landscaping requirements. We actually had an arborist go out and identify individual plantings. We got the results of that and the town's analysis of how that related to our landscape plan, actually I think on Friday afternoon. And so what that results in, it's not necessarily uncommon when you've done a tree study, what it results in is now that you know what you can count, you know what you got to supplement. So we'll have to do those additional plantings and work with the town staff and reviewer to assure that we meet the standards of the ordinance and the standards of our commitment, which are quite robust. So, but that's basically a math exercise, a planning exercise. It's very objective, and we're fully committed to complete that as part of the permitting process. If you go to the next slide. This gives you a perspective of what the climate-controlled building, what we call Building A, looks like. It's got the office in the southwest corner of the building. To give you an idea of height, the building is less than 35 feet in height, so it's below the permitted height for that zoning classification. As you go to the east, it actually further reduces to just under 30 feet we have a great deal of frontage. The property is well set back from Oak Street, so we think very much in scale with the surrounding environment.
So, Mr. Price, will that be the same material and color scheme for this project?
It will.
Okay.
And part of what we've done in our ongoing meetings with the Homeowners Association is we provided actually our brick samples, which have the kind of for each of the treatments that you see on our buildings, it shows the actual color and material. It was a request of the committee. They actually formed a committee leading into the development plan to review the proposal in more detail. And those meetings have been ongoing. And with regard to, I just wanted to mention with regard to lighting, because it was a little bit of a new issue for me, which is that we had a very detailed photometric plan, but there was an element of our ground sign, which is not particularly well lit. It is lit, but it was not incorporated into that photometric plan. And in our discussions with the sign company, we just weren't able to get them all the way to the finish line in time for tonight. But we totally understand and are agreeable to subjecting the property to the urban lighting standards. We think that is appropriate, and we'll, as part of the permitting process, assure that we've gone to great lengths on the lighting, and the last thing we want to do is have a non-conforming sign. So we're very much agreeable to that and agree with staff that can be handled as part of the permitting process as well. With that, I'd respectfully request your approval this evening, and again, thank you for your time and would welcome any questions. Thank you.
Any members of the public who'd like to speak on this petition? I'll open it up to the Planning Commission. Chairman? Yes, I'm sorry. Didn't see you stand up there.
Yeah, well, I was asking Matt if he wanted me to say a word or 10, just given the hour, and he said, go ahead. My name's John Casey, C-A-S-E-Y. I live in Stonegate. I was the POA board president for 4 years. I've been on both committees that were formed to study this, and the Stonegate POA board has approved our supporting this project. I, as I've told Matt, tried to encourage them to put in a pet cemetery here, but I just was not able to get that sold. So here we are, and we feel that this will be one of the least restrictive uses for Stonegate. But more than that, I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to thank Matt and his clients for helping us out and perhaps helping you out too, because with the original zoning of Stonegate, there were several issues in that development that were still unresolved. And as part of this project, the applicants are deeding to the Stonegate Property Owners Association about 10% of their property. So, I mean, that's just coming to us free. And it solves problems we have with that pond that you've seen on your slide. They own part of that pond, which is our retention pond. And we had problems with the prior property owner who gave us a letter to stay the heck off his pond and not treat it. The shoreline, or not the shoreline, but the property line for one of the sections that he developed, I mean, comes right up to an area where some of the homes literally, that property line ran right into their backyards, and part of the ground that they are giving us resolves that property line on the south of Section 8. So for those reasons, we support this, and we look forward to your favorable approval. And thank you for staying up so late. I wish I didn't have to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the Planning Commission, questions for the petitioner or staff?
Well, I guess I'd like somebody to do a couple of minutes on the letter of remonstration having to do with the fire access. Am I making that up?
No,
I
but
couldn't get the letter.
I just
got
haven't
it.
seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
Here
Okay.
you go, Matt.
If somebody could either read it to him or,
It's long.
and maybe it's appropriate for town staff to comment on it since it touches more on fire safety, I think. And while Mr. Price digests that, I'll ask the staff and my fellow planning commission members, we're talking here about recordation of a public pathway commitment. There is another proposal that will come before us that has a time frame attached to the public pathway commitment. I've seen us do all this 2 or 3 different ways. Is there a way that we should ask folks to standardize on, whether we're going to add a time frame to it, what that time frame should be? This is maybe a conversation for another night, but I am asking the question for another night.
I agree, it's a conversation that needs to be had, and I agree it needs to be on another night, so.
Just put a pin in that, Josh.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Next time Dave's out of
Yeah,
town,
Dave-
you can take that up for us.
Dave, you hearing this? No. I agree, probably needs to be something we need to address, and maybe staff
we're all-
can put
we're
that
all
on
over
our
on-
agenda for
on-
next month.
Yeah.
Could I could address
Yes, please.
the Dennis, we actually worked very closely with the doctor and came to our early neighborhood meeting, and in fact, he was the driving force behind limiting our western access to an emergency access only, because he did not want to have just the general clientele traversing his the road that goes through and in front of his dentist's office. And so we accommodated him. We made an additional commitment to put in a decorative fencing with stone columns at the entryway, and have been working really very closely with him and his counsel, which I was surprised to see that there's any objection. And I might also add, we worked very closely with the town and first responders to assure that the emergency access functions well. We've done a mapping of the facility to assure that their fire apparatus, et cetera, can drive through the facility. So we're not aware of any undue burden, and in fact have worked very closely with the dentist to assure that we're good neighbors and intend to be good neighbors going forward.
Could I add to that? And that is, the project was reviewed by our technical advisory committee, when the fire department is a member of that committee, and they didn't identify any concerns with the emergency access.
Thank you, that satisfies my question.
Any other questions for the petitioner or staff?
How many storage units are going to be in this building?
Keep in mind, there are various sizes from, just a box really, like to store documents, et cetera. I think the total number we're at is 788? Is that right? 788. The vast majority of those are in the climate control area, which is that building that we showed the picture of, where you can store art, important documents, stock certificates, things of that nature.
Well, I mean, thank you for taking the time to work with the neighborhood. I mean, that was, my initial viewpoint of this project was woof, like in their backyard. So, it's nice that you guys took the time, brought the samples, all of that stuff. It looks like you care about being part of the community. And I think it's definitely something that's going to be needed when you look at our neighboring Whitestown and the epic amount of apartment complexes. I know they're building their own little 3-story storage over there, but, I think it'll serve well for, the residents of Stonegate, Zionsville, and our neighbors. So thank you again for working with them so well.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2024-40-DP, a development plan for a self-storage facility on 10 acres within rural general business district, be approved based on the findings of fact in the staff report and subject to the following conditions. Recordation of the public pathways commitment, subject to the items noted within the staff comment letters, Exhibit 5. Final sign plans shall be submitted for review and approved by staff under a separate ILP process. The sign plan shall include a complete photometric plan that complies with the exterior lighting standards of section 194.113B4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mike, can you do a roll call for us, buddy?
Yes. Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, moving forward. Docket 2024-43-DPA, Union Woodlands Development Plan Amendment, 1150-115889 East, 200 South, Development Plan Amendment, increasing the previously approved number of lots from 179 to 183 in the rural single and two-family R3 and general agricultural AG districts. Staff report, please.
Yep, sure. Showing on the slide now, at least on my computer. There we go. There's the site, the Union Woodland site. It's probably a little familiar to you because just last month you approved an amended primary plat. The zoning, it was rezoned originally through the county, and so we, Zionsville, took it with two different zoning designations, ag on the north and R3 on the south. The R3 component will be developed into the 183 lots. This property up here is part of a commitment to dedicate certain area for park, whether that's a town park or privately managed and maintained. This shows the updated development plan. This matches practically exactly the primary plat that you approved last month. The changes that we saw from the primary plat were there, initially there were two main entrance roads and only one connection to the west. The project was redesigned a bit, and that's why they went from 179 to 183 lots. So currently there's only one main entrance into the property proper, and then there's two connection roads to the developable property to the west, and then one connection road here in the north. So other than that, it matches what you should expect to see. A couple of items of note. During the rezone and the original development plan approval, there was some discussion along the southern property line. So the developer did commit to installing additional landscaping, although there are existing trees here, but they committed to installing evergreen trees and a few extra canopy trees to help buffer the existing homes to the south. That continues along the entire southern property boundary. Another item of, not concern, another issue are the building elevations. When this originally was approved back in 2021, it was a different builder. And so that builder had submitted some building proposed home elevations that were conditioned as part of that approval process. So staff has received, it's a new builder, so we've received these new proposed building elevations, and we are recommending approval of the development plan with the condition of resolving any comments from the comment letter with substantial compliance to the site plan, and then substantial compliance with the zoning, with the building elevations that will then be confirmed when they apply for building permits. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it back over to Mr. Price.
Is there any questions for staff? All right. Is the petitioner present?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. For the record, Matt Price, here tonight on behalf of the petitioner. Jody gave an excellent overview of the proposal. This is a matter that was where we amended and replatted the property at the June 17 meeting. We're now coming in with the companion development plan. And as Jody mentioned, the most significant change to the plan, thank you. If you go to that first slide. This talks about the history a little bit of the property, its prior rezoning, and then its pathway through plat and development plan approval up through last month. If you go to the next. And this shows the plan that was approved originally in 2022. So at the very top of that drawing, you see the 2 access points off of County Road 200. And so we have eliminated the easternmost access point. You go to the next slide. And this is the current configuration as Jody outlined. You may recall that during the hearing on the plat, there were 2 property owners in the adjoining development along the southwest corner of the project that inquired about whether the prior made commitments would remain in place relative to the landscaping along the southern property line. And the answer to that is yes, that same landscaping treatment, which consists of a 25-foot buffer plus tree preservation and supplemental plantings that will be maintained. We also are complying with all of the commitments relating to architecture and design of the homes. I won't speak for him, but I know counsel for the airport is here as well, and we've had some discussions about some of the particulars relating to both the access and the drainage, and we'll hear from him and then find out how you'd like to proceed, but would welcome any questions that you have. And I've also got our civil engineering team available on the Zoom link as well. Thank you.
Is there members of the public?
Yes, for the record, my name's Michael Howard. I'm the attorney for the Hamilton County Airport Authority, and I maintain an office at 694 Logan Street in Noblesville, Indiana. I've been the attorney for the Airport Authority since we bought it in 2004, and we've gone back and forth with neighbors and but worked with Matt on some issues, and I think we can get this resolved. Could you put up that site plan again, please? Whoever's running the, if you look at the site plan as it is, the northern boundary of the undeveloped part of the site is County Road 200, and the airport is immediately south of that and owns land up to the right-of-way of 200. A couple of issues. We had talked to the previous developer, and one of the issues that came up several years ago was the location of detention ponds on the property. Under FAA guidelines, they prohibit or strongly suggest against wet detention ponds within 5 miles of an airport. And if you watch the movie Sully, you know why they don't want wet detention ponds. And their definition of dry detention ponds is a pond that discharges within 48 hours. Under the engineering report, as we read it, it was, I felt, somewhat ambiguous. So we would object to any detention ponds that did not drain off-site pursuant to the FAA guidelines. Our second objection was that in the previous model, there were 2 access roads through the northern property down into the houses. And we'd kind of hoped that there would be just one. However, the northern 700 or 800 feet of that undeveloped property, we're in the process of negotiating for a runway protection zone. And the idea of a runway protection zone is to make sure that it's for the safety of the people that are there. And the only thing worse than having 2 or 3 entrances through there would be to have a stop sign. Because if you're flying over with an airplane, obviously, the longer someone's there, the worse. There are certain things that can be allowed in the RPZ. We had some preliminary negotiations about a year ago. I would suggest that we can, Mr. Price and I work together. We've done it in the past. And the principal of the developer is coming back to town. I would anticipate we will get the issue of the location of the access road or roads and the location of and the design of the detention ponds. We believe we can have that, if that is, if we can work that out, we will withdraw our remonstrance in writing within 2 weeks. So I know you've got plenty of things to do, having been here since 6:30 this evening. And if that, and subject to that, I would propose that subject to that getting before you, that you continue this matter to be vacated, with that continuance to be vacated upon submission of an agreed statement. That work, Matt? That sounds complicated, but he and I can do that. The only guy that could make it a problem would be if Andreoli was involved. I can only go back 40 years. So we would ask that you continue this matter under the terms provided, that we be requested to submit to you within 15 days with a withdrawal of our objection and the terms of that withdrawal, and that with that you would approve the petition of the petitioner. Does that work, Matt?
I think that works. I think one of the things I represented during the last public hearing was, I think with respect to the dry detention, and it's my understanding anyway, that we have not changed the detention from what was previously approved. But we can certainly work with Mike to provide that documentation and provide any clarifications with regard to our drainage plan. And
that written information was written in engineer speak,
yeah.
So I wasn't able to translate it fully.
And then the second part of it, I think, was I think we actually felt like we were making a step forward with regard to eliminating the second access drive and actually improving our interrelationship with the airport operations. If there's additional things we can look at with regard to kind of traffic control, I think we're happy to have that dialogue as well.
So it says within a 5-mile radius, is that correct?
That's the FAA standard that they recommend. There be no wet detention, standing water within a 5-mile radius.
That's a pretty big radius. That covers a lot of.
Suggesting this petition be expanded 5 miles. Okay? I'm just telling you the standard that we have and the reason we're working in this endeavor.
Gentlemen, could you help me understand? I mean, if you're agreeing to a continuance or a conditional approval, because the public has a right to be heard on the matter. If it's a conditional approval and the condition is that the parties submit some indication that they worked it out, then I think that works. But if it is anything other than that, I think we can't support our own rules of procedure.
Your counsel for the board will use whichever term works for you guys and shortens your next agenda.
Well, that's a key consideration, Mike, but yeah, you see the problem. I'm concerned about someone saying that if the board, unless they do it again, that the public is robbed of their right to participate. And so what I'd prefer, if it's the commission's will to accommodate the parties, would be a motion to actually approve approve the DPA, subject to the submission of written notice by both Mr. Price and Mr. Howard on behalf of their clients, that they have reached an agreement on what that is. I think that's what I'd recommend. Would that be okay with you gentlemen?
Whatever works for you. If
Okay.
that-
Can you just keep saying that, Mike? Just say that every time I talk, you do that for me? Andrioli, did you hear that?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
The conditional approval would most likely be the best way. That way you can close the public hearing now.
If I may interrupt, before we get to a motion, I believe we have one other member of the public
Yes,
that wants to speak.
I've noticed that. I was waiting for you guys to get done. Is there any other members of the public who would like to speak on this? Please approach and give us your name and address, please.
I'm Jim Metzler, 11280 East, 200 South. I'd like for you to bring up your original map that you had that showed the 200 South.
Could you promote our screen, please?
You see that where it says airport? That little square right to that's me. Across the street from where the main driveway is going to be. I built that house 35 years ago. I guess I recognize that I'm too little, too late. That this is way far down the way. I came here 2 or 3 years ago, and the program was squelched, and I didn't realize it had advanced as far as it has until the builder put up a sign across the street this week. That's when I knew that I was in trouble. But I'm basically being squeezed out from both sides, frankly. When I moved out there, we had Little League practice out there, and they had the little glider planes and things, and it was so wonderful. And when I bought the property, my wife and I went out there and listened to the quiet, and that's why we bought the property. Then the airport sold in the middle of the night to me, to Hendricks County, and all of a sudden, those little glider planes aren't allowed anymore. Now they're jets that are so huge, and planes that swoop my house. I call once or twice a week to the airport to tell them, you got to tell these people to go down, the flight path, because they're going to knock out the top of my trees. And so, yeah, I'm sad. I guess I kind of want you to feel my pain. So that came from the airport side. Now, as far as what you're being asked tonight, to change it from 179 units to 183 units, what's 4 more units? But from my perspective, how much is enough? We talk about in Zionsville having controlled growth, and yet this is 200 South is a little bitty road. And you're now dumping 183 houses and all the cars, and husband going to work and wife going to, so how many cars are we adding? I hope they change the route of the bicyclists, because what was a beautiful place, I see myself having to sell and move out because of what's going on around me. And so I'm sad, and I just wanted to say, how much is enough?
Thank you very much. Is there any more members of the public?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. My name is Ian Ferris. I live at 11130 Glen Avon Way. I had the opportunity to address you guys during the last meeting and appreciate the opportunity. Question is more directed at the board than I think it is at the developers, because I think it's largely out of their control. But to echo this gentleman's point, I asked last time, and I don't know if it has been considered or not, but what the town is going to do with mitigating risks to traffic increase in that area, how we're going to address increased volumes across a lane and a half county road, how we're going to manage traffic entering and exiting 421, any effects that's going to have on school traffic during rush hour in that area that's already heavy. I think those are understanding his point that this horse is well out of the barn. What the considerations are to mitigate the effects on safety for the existing residents of that sort of corner of the world.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Discussion or questions from the planning commission? Concerns, any? Once, twice, all right.
I mean, I will say, I do agree that as we develop out, obviously that becomes an issue, you know, for us to kind of pay attention to as a town. But as far as this goes with what exactly is the verbiage that we're discussing? Or that if this passes, they're gonna just agree amongst each other, is that what it?
You looking for language for a motion on the condition?
Yeah, like what would that language entail?
Yeah, I would too, because I'm not sure what that language
Yeah.
is to be.
I was kind of writing it down.
What I'm
but-
suggesting is that what you would need to do, if you want to allow them to have more time, and you don't have to, but if you want to let them try to work it out, I would recommend a motion to approve if you're otherwise satisfied, conditioned upon Mr. Price and Mr. Howard, on behalf of their client, submitting written confirmation that their issues have been resolved. And short of that, that's a condition of the approval. If that doesn't happen, then the case would go back on your agenda next time.
Okay. So they would theoretically have 30 days, or you said within 2 weeks, so you'd have to figure it out these within 2 weeks, so that in 2 weeks we could get the letter.
We'll get it soon enough that
Yeah, it would be 15 days, so they know, the staff knows what to do. The problem is, with all due respect, the problem is that this is a development plan amendment which we review, the town reviews on our standards. And these guidelines that Mr. Howard suggests, those aren't in our standards.
Yeah.
Those aren't our standards.
Yeah.
Mr. Price is willing to have that conversation, try to comply, but be my position that the town doesn't really have to do that. Our non-discretionary approval, your staff says he complies. So I think it's great that Mr. Price does this. I don't think he's under an obligation, nor is the town, to entertain these issues. Again, so I think the best way to do that is either to just approve it, or approve it with this condition that allows the parties to work out these issues. I think those are your only two options, given the posture of the case.
Does it become an issue if he agrees to drain, that the retention pond does drain off within 48 hours? Does that create any issues within our privy if he changes, like?
Now, his plan, or your staff says that his plan already meets our standard.
Okay, but if he changes that plan in any way to meet his satisfaction, then it would still have to come back here? If he changes the plan on the drainage of the pond?
Unless it's no longer compliant
Okay.
with our standards. But again, I just want to be clear, Mr. Price has submitted a compliant drainage plan.
That's the way I.
If his client wants to work with the airport authority, then good for them, but it's not a requirement.
Could I, just for the record's sake, because I respect very much council's opinion on this and guidance, we're receiving messages from the civil engineer who might be able to speak to the release rate question about our detention. And I think it'd be good for the plan commission to hear that, because what I'm concerned about is we're kind of being previewed that we're not going to be able to meet these other standards, and I don't want to leave here tonight with a false impression with anyone, as late as the hour is.
Take all the time you want, Matt. It's fine.
We've already suspended the rules.
So I don't know if Josh is available to speak to that.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Our civil engineer, yeah, who prepared the drainage analysis.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
This is Josh Krybuler with American Structure Point, 9025 River Road, Suite 200, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46240. And yeah, we have analyzed our dry detention basins. In fact, they were wet ponds originally, back when this came through a couple of years ago. We had the same concerns at that point presented to us, at which point we switched these to dry detention basins. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to meet the 48-hour release rate because of the allowable release rates. So the only way we could meet the 48-hour drawdown time is by increasing our allowable release rate, which would then be a variance to your standards.
Thank you for that clarification.
So the way it sits right now is we can approve it. Well, do I have a motion?
Maybe we want to ask them if they, or want the same request that they had earlier.
Yeah. Are we still on the same page? We were.
Stated differently, is there a compromise that the release rate is disregarded?
That's a whole other variance.
Right? I mean, are they going to be able to reach a compromise where we don't care about what the release rate is? It's still in compliance.
Well, I think it's in compliance.
It's in compliance now, but it won't be
It's in compliance
if they
with
meet the FAA
They changed
regulations.
the release.
Well, yeah.
With all due respect, the release rate is a very engineering, quantitative, precise thing, but it's a health, safety, and welfare issue. If these guys have a detention pond and one of our jets eat it and it ends up in your people's property, it's a health, safety, and welfare issue. And I think it is material. Now, if we can't agree on it, then we'll have to,
Mr. Howard, is it your position that Mr. Price's plan as submitted doesn't comply with the town's ordinances? I mean, you're not making that argument, are you?
No.
Okay.
I would make a motion to approve the way that it is. He's met the town. The 5 mile radius to me is a bit much. It was already approved once, right? And, you know, where he's met everything. He's moved, they've obliged moving the stop sign away from, you know, kind of that landing area. So.
Is there any more discussion, or are we ready to entertain a motion?
Well, to the two neighbors that had come up and, you know, some of the issues raised are just beyond the purview of what the planning commission can address. But the town has embarked upon a comprehensive plan, and that forward planning and understanding where roads and infrastructure need to be improved before development comes is part of that comprehensive plan. Kendrick will remind us all of the website everyone should visit.
Uniquelyzionsville.com.
All right, thank you.
Everybody's going to go to that eventually,
I
trust
hope
me.
so.
We're going to make sure we get that.
Be an early adopter.
Sorry, if I'm out of order, but can I ask a point of clarification?
Sure.
Sorry.
If you could come to the podium, though, please.
From a safety perspective, even if this has met the Zionsville town standards, has it met federal standards that would allow for the continued proper function of the airport? Because that seems to be pertinent to the conversation if the drainage rates are not appropriate to meet those standards. And that may not be specific to this group, I don't know. But that seems to change the game.
Yeah.
That's not what we're here for. We're not here.
No, yeah, and there's,
Guys, stop. Just, we got a lot of back and forth. I want to make sure we get stuff on record here. What we're here to approve on is a development plan amendment. I don't think the bearing of the FAA has any real bearing on this development plan amendment. That's the way I guess I kind of look at it.
Why don't you ask Matt if he wants a continuance, just to be clear about that.
Yeah, Matt, would you like a continuance and then we can take a look at it again? So we have some clarity here.
Well, I feel like that through this process, there's been some clarity brought to it, frankly, with council's advice and with hearing the debate. Certainly willing to continue to have a dialogue with the airport as we always would, to be a good neighbor. But I do think if we meet the objective standards of the ordinance, then let's get this approved and we can go on.
Which, from my perspective, it looks like we've established or we're there. I guess I'll ask again if there's a motion from the planning commission.
Mary is always staring at me.
I thought she was.
I shifted
No,
around.
all right, it's my turn, Mary, I get
It's
it.
my turn.
I move that docket number 2024-43-DPA Development Plan Amendment for a 183-lot residential subdivision on approximately 160 acres in the rural single and two-family residential R3 and general agricultural AG Districts B, conditionally approved based upon the findings as presented in the staff report and at the meeting, resolution of outstanding review items identified by the comment letters Exhibit 6, substantial compliance with the submitted development plan, and substantial compliance with the submitted building elevations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mike, can we get a roll call, please?
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis,
Aye.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Nick Plopper,
Aye.
Mary Grabanowski,
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Yeah, moving forward. Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
Thank you,
Docket number 2024-44-DPA. The Courtyards of Russell Lakes Landscape Berms, 8901 East Oak Street, Development Plan Amendment for the addition of a landscape berm in the rural single and two-family residential R2 district. Staff report, please.
Thank you. This is a very straightforward request. It's a development plan amendment for the Courtyards of Russell Oaks. On the screen before you is an outline of the overall development and an area where the new berm is proposed. I should point out that other berms were already included in the original development plan approval, but this is an additional berm that is being added to provide some additional privacy to the lots that would be backed up to the berm to buffer them from Oak Street. Moving on, this is the zoning map that just shows the entire site is within the R2 district. And then finally, this is a depiction of the new berm with landscaping on it. If I can maybe kind of draw your attention here to the lower part of the drawing. Here is the main entry into the Courtyards of Russell Oaks. Again, there will be berms on each side of it, but then off to the east of those berms is where this new berm is proposed. The developing 150 lot single-family residential subdivision received development plan approval on February 21st of 23. And as I mentioned, that approval included grading and landscaping plans, including some berms, which were reviewed by staff. As development of the site has progressed, the petitioners found they would like to construct this additional landscaping berm to the east of the development's main entrance to provide a greater level of privacy for those residences. The development plan amendment petition before you tonight is solely for the approval of this additional landscaping berm. Staff supports the conditional approval of the submitted development plan amendment, subject to the submittal of revised construction plan sheets for this portion of the development showing the new contour lines of the proposed berm. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Is the petitioner present?
Yes, Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street here in Zionsville. I represent EPCON communities in the courtyards at Russell Oaks project. I'll try to be very brief as Mr. Francis' yays have gotten increasingly weaker as the evening's gone along. So I want to make sure he has voice to be able to go ahead and vote. Essentially, when our development plan was approved, we didn't show any substantial landscaping nor elevation changes in that area. It's not infrequent when you get on site that you try to make some changes. To the extent they're not significant, staff will generally approve them with regard to construction plans. This had some elevation changes as well as some plantings, and so staff wanted to give it a quick look to make sure it was okay and in the right areas. It will not affect any of the other development, the entrances, the sidewalks, or anything of that nature. That the installation of those is already moving forward. What it will do collaterally is help the neighbors to the east, as it will give them additional screening from traffic on Oak Street. So we have a big preservation area that we have completed by commitment, where we cannot establish any kind of development in that particular area. This will add to it by way of the mounding and the substantial tree planting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public? No one online? Questions for the petitioner? No questions for staff? No petitioner? Oh, okay. Got a motion, okay?
I move that docket number 2024-44-DPA, a development plan amendment for the addition of a landscape berm being in the rural single and two-family residential R2 District B, conditionally approved based on the findings of fact in the staff report and the staff recommendations, and subject to the submittal of revised construction plan sheets for this portion of the development showing the new contour lines.
Is there a second?
Second.
Speed it up. I want to go home.
Mike, roll call, please.
Mary Grabanowski.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Unanimous, motion unanimously passes.
How do we turn this off?
Wonderful, thank you. That concludes new business. There's no other matters to be considered besides members need to clearly speak into the microphones, which I think the public let us know tonight that they had trouble hearing us. So that's been addressed. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. Do we have to do a roll call on that one?
No.
All right.
I have a question. Do we need to turn off the tablets? And if so, how?
We will take care of those. We'll take care of those.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
We
Thanks
got
a lot.
through it. Good night. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, good night.